Hey, Loner. Good morning, Blade Travell. Good morning, Jaludo. Good morning, Mr. Red. Actually, I think we're kind of like officially be done with side content today.
Perrin and Arena will lead the Avar elsewhere, so Tilana and I can deal with the dragon. My spirit companion believes we can seal the dragon away, even if we cannot kill it. It is less clear whether I can do so without sealing myself in as well. But I have little choice. This beast will wreak devastation across Orlais unless we stop it now.
He saved all of Orlais from the Avar, and no one ever knew.
He did not do it for recognition. He did it because it was necessary.
Really, Mr. Red, that's funny. Good morning, Pika. Hello, Robostal. I don't know, Wizardry 1, that's a trip. How are we supposed to get down here without cheating? Not that we're cheating. Not that we'd ever do that. Well, I hope you liked it, Zactaft. Seriously, are we just supposed to warp away at this point? Screw that. Nah. Still one of these guys down here. Oh, shoot. And we're back up here. Okay, fine, game. Fine. Fine. You win. Nope, still not cheating. We really aren't. I stand by that statement. Nah, if we throw up the cheat flag, you'll know. I found this one cheat mod which gives you items that have like plus 500 to every stat. And 100% crit and 100% guard gain, or 100 guard gain on attack, and just absolutely bonkers stuff, right? That would be cheating. That's it. If we hit that, then we'll throw up the cheat flag. We have not, and honestly, at this point, I don't think we will. But then again, you never know. We do have 2 DLCs after we finish the MSQ. Although, I don't think we ever came to a consensus on when we're doing the Descent. I mean, mods have demonstrably made this whole experience better, Robostal. Just my opinion. Like, we'd probably still be going through some of the earlier overworld zones. Probably at least until tomorrow, if not for the fact that we have that run speed buff.
Lowlanders, I am the breath of
And the jump.
the cold wind of war. Join me in battle and die.
Well, okay. Time to kill another dragon. Like you do. Happy TSB. Oh, I know Pika, but that's not what we're debating. Trespasser has to happen after MSQ. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Our war table would be completely full of things we have not done. Yes, well, don't you, boy? You're gonna be here in a minute. Or face the wrong way, that's cool too. I mean, that's when I did it, you know, excuse me, when my friend did it back in the day, but that was kind of by default, right? Shrug.
You gain glory in death.
Jesus Christ, Vladislav. Did you tell him to chill for 5 seconds? Just 5, you know? Bull crap, none of that hit him. Bull freaking crap, none of that hit him. No, Darkrai. Look at that, he's just standing right. Look at that. There we go. Jesus. We still need to do Descent, which is colossally huge. We still need to do Trespasser, which is not small. And we still need to do the entire MSQ. Like, we're barely out of Act 1. Barely. I don't see an issue with this, Vladislav. Sorry, I shouldn't joke about that. The reason I joke about it is because it's horrible. You know how that goes. You know how that goes. Yeah, we're on stream 11, and this game is colossally huge. It's absolutely gonna just slowly bleed the score dry. That's something I kind of knew as soon as we started getting about halfway through the hinterlands. I was like, you know what? This game is not going to score nearly as well as it arguably should because of the optional content. And keep in mind, we're speeding it up because we're using quality of life features in order to just get on with it, right? The good news is what I've said several times continues to be true. And all the optional content is astonishingly skippable. Like, I was talking about this to PAX just last night.
We will soak the ground with lowland blood.
Yeah, that's nice. So, you know, in Final Fantasy VI, doing Doma is optional, right? But no, in this game, doing this side stuff is like some of the most optional stuff I have ever seen in a game. Like, I struggle to come up with something as optional as this stuff. The only thing I came up with was doing another settlement in Fallout 4, which is literally Radiant quests. Like, I challenge the crowd if you can come up with something as optional as this stuff. Not the stuff we're doing right now. The Hakan stuff has been pretty legit. But I mean, like, all those extra zones of tasks. What was it, like 7 zones filled with tasks? And that's why I call it, that's why I have the category of primary optional, Darkrai. Primary content, but it is optional. Because there's a lot of prime opt in video game design. Honestly, even FF14 probably still has better side content than this. And I know WoW does, so that's not even applicable.
I am war.
Yeah, let's just get in here. I've actually been thinking about that, Blade Taval. And I don't want to be, like, pity positiving. However, there is something to be said about a game where such a huge portion of its content can be skipped with no real detriment. The thing is, if we give that positive, which I'm tentatively okay with, then we're going to have to go and retroactively give a few other games that positive. Oblivion comes to mind immediately. Also Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm not sure what else off the top of my head, but at least a few. Also, the upcoming GTA 5 would get that same positive. I don't know, so that's a debate for the crowd, I think, because we'll be establishing precedents if we do that. Excuse me. Because, like, okay, so, not that I'm saying I disagree with you, but let me go ahead and join the other side of that argument for a second. Optional content being optional is what optional content is. I'm not sure it deserves a positive for being optional. We also have a precedence for the opposite of that. If optional content... Could you stop killing my party members, please? If optional content is not optional, then that's usually a negative. By sheer virtue of the fact that it becomes mandatory and therefore becomes aggravating. Could you stop that, please? Stupid dragon. That's kind of what I was leaning towards, Blade Chaval. It's something I brought up several times. Because, come on. Yep, you stunned me. Congrats. This guy's too much health. I stand by my statement. Everything in this game is too much health. I was talking to an expert last night on how to just get to the main meat content of Inquisition. If you do 2 rifts and 1 side quest, specifically the ones to help the rams out in the hinterlands, that's it. You're good. You've successfully skipped the hinterlands. 2 rifts, which takes maybe 5 minutes total, if you don't know what you're doing. And the ram quest. You can also skip the ram quest if you instead stagger it differently. So you do the recruit Blackwall quest. Yep, you still have a stun. It's a waste time mechanic because you don't do anything while I'm stunned.
Fight me!
You realize I have been fighting you for several minutes. Does he not see me? Is he insulting me? Is that what's happening here? You know what? That's a good point. I can't blame him for not seeing invisibility. Fair enough. Hello, Taquata. Yeah, see, that's the trouble I'm having. It is imminently skippable, but content being skippable doesn't feel like a positive to me. It feels like the absence of a negative. Which I stand behind.
A worthy battle.
You are at like a quarter health, buddy. Because I stand by my statement. If all this crap we've been doing for the last 5 days, we've been doing this since Tuesday. If all this crap was mandatory, I would probably be staggering additional. No, there's no probably. I would absolutely be staggering additional negatives by virtue of the fact that it is mandatory. That is grind, essentially. If you required, what is it, 174 power to progress, whatever nonsense thing I have right now, then yeah, no, negatives all around. So, thank you for bringing it up, Blade Chaval. As usual, I do appreciate it. Stop stunning me and then doing nothing. It's just a time waster mechanic. But I think having talked that out loud, I think I will not be giving a positive for skippable content. Excuse me. The way that I don't think I'll be giving a positive for the way this game does skippable content. There we go. Phrase it that way. I mean, I've known people like that, Svatoslav. I don't understand them. I don't claim to understand. Oh, he's down. Luke his face off. Please? Please attack the dragon while he's down. Oh, that was a nice, long Voln phase there. Very worth it, I'm sure. Please stop stunning me and then doing nothing. The previous fight was better than this fight. Literally, that's not actually being facetious.
the dragon Corypheus commands, could it truly be an
Timing.
I've never gotten to see you take down a dragon in person. I must say, it's fun to see it up close.
Perhaps this calls for a new title. Dragon Slayer Harding, perhaps.
A fancy title goes against the point of being a scout. Nobody should see me coming. Inquisitor Meriden would have been proud that you finished what he started. It's strange. History forgot so much of who he was. They never knew he died saving everyone. Do you ever feel that way?
You weren't in the fortress. How'd you hear about a Meriden?
I'm a scout, remember? Who do you think writes the messages Liliana reads?
That does not answer my question.
There are things they don't understand. Things no one outside the Inquisition will ever know.
Some of the secrets are necessary. Don't get me wrong. It's just... every time you're more than just a person to someone, you're also less than a person to them. They don't see that a real normal man fought the Avar and killed that dragon. And they certainly don't know about your strange fixation with Elfroot.
Well, thank God for that.
My feelings for Elfroot are classified, Scout Harding.
I'll carry your secret to my pyre. For what it's worth. Nice work, Trevelyan. Anyway, I'll be at camp if there's anything here you want to finish up. Otherwise, see you at Skyhold.
Thank you for waiting until we finish our conversation to do that. It's a good time as any to mention that while I was looking at the walkthrough, I noticed that there's a way to completely bug this guy out. The boss, that is. You can just stand outside the arena and hit him with ranged attacks, and he'll never aggro you. Yeah, very, very normal exploit. So anyways, that was the Jaws of Hakan. Not terrible. I've done worse. Apparently we're not done. Okay. Grind. I know I come down on hard on grind pretty hard, and I stand by that. I've never seen anything to really change my mind on grind. But something that I always find very fascinating is kind of what Jaluda just mentioned, because grind was different back in the day. It wasn't good, but you remember Dragon Quest II? Now in that game, we had to grind our faces off just to be able to progress through the game, and that sucked, and I gave it several negatives. But the really strange thing there was, comparatively, it was a nothing burger compared to the grind of modern games. Like, having to spend 30, 40 minutes running in a circle is aggravating. But think about how little that is compared to most modern RPGs, and how much grind there tends to be in those. Now, the grind in this game is optional, as we already talked about, but like, I'm going to the wrong place. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, a scenario in which all the stuff we're doing is mandatory. And think about how many days we've spent here. 9 hours a day. For a week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So 4 days, excuse me. It's 4 days. And that's also plus like an additional 3 hours of what I did off camera. And yeah, like, and yeah, this, obviously I'm using a bit of an extreme example, but think about Final Fantasy 12 versus Final Fantasy 4 in terms of grind. Or, hell, even FF2, which is actually a much grindier game, which manages to bypass that for the most part. Is this... This is exactly where I think it is, isn't it? Alright, I can use the boat, yay! And yeah, the more modern we get, the more the grind tends to be a thing. Which brings up the obvious question.
Interesting.
Why?
What drew so many spirits to this place, I wonder?
Shut up, Solus. Now, as usual, I don't ask that question without having a theory on the matter. But it is something, it's purely theory. I don't know. Hi, Sean. I wonder if, commensurate to how much additional time it takes to make larger scale games, that they want to ensure that the amount of time it takes to play them is higher, is going up along with that number, right? For a lot of reasons. They want to make sure that players feel like they got their money's worth. They want to put it on the back of the box because a lot of reviewers and players will praise the length of the game as a positive thing. You know, they want to try and keep you playing the same game so they can sell you microtransactions. They want to keep you playing the same game so that you'll still be interested when the next game comes out, which will take forever. Like, I don't know. It could also just be a combination of multiple things, like we just mentioned. I don't know. Because, yeah, no, I mean, like, FF2, which I remind you, is a grindy game, is like an 8-hour RPG. We'll probably smack that out in a day when we get to the Pixel Remaster, especially with the quality of life features the Pixel Remaster will have. Yeah, that's another thing. They could be looking at, let's be honest, World of Warcraft, and have no idea what made WoW work, and ignore the fact that WoW improved itself to avoid that same grind problem, and then being like, obviously that's the solution. It could also be pure incompetence. It could be, well, I don't have a nice way to say this. It could be, yeah, kidding, Robostall. It could just be lack of QA. I know I lay a lot of problems at the feet of lack of QA, but unfortunately, every bit of research I've done in the gaming industry, and I've been doing a lot over the last decade, has indicated that a lot of game producers and a lot of game developers and a lot of game publishers just like to kind of pretend QA isn't even there. Deprioritize it, defund it, you know, throw people who are making minimum wage, or worse in some cases, at the game, and in many cases completely ignoring the feedback that the QA team even gives them. We have demonstrable evidence that in many cases, the QA team will pick up on bugs or issues or flaws in design and be completely ignored by the programming team. Which just, it doesn't even begin to make sense to me. It's one of the reasons I'm actually happy that several QA teams have started unionizing here in the States to try and push back against some of that nonsense. I mean, going back to BioWare specifically, EA, and by consequence BioWare, doesn't do in-house QA testing. They farm that out to another company. I don't remember the name right now. Don't ask me. But they've been going to, farming out their QA to that company for years and years and years. I think as far back as the game we're playing right now. And I bring that up because this year they finally decided to not work with them anymore. They've just decided to walk away from that particular arrangement. To my knowledge, they have no new arrangement for QA. So, huh? You get my point. And TSB is correct, of course. I don't want to lay too much of the blame on the feet of the developers. Just, you know, a decent portion of it. But yeah, imagine I'm doing QA for this game, and I look at this game and I say, this is nonsense. This is swath after swath of giant padded content. You either need to make this worthwhile, chop it down so it's substantially faster, or you need to eject it from the game entirely. And I guarantee you that if I put in that feedback, the developers would say, nah, and completely ignore that feedback. I agree with that, Tidbit Retro. Now, if I gave feedback on things like the interface and stuff, that would probably also be ignored because of the fact that the reason the interface is so garbage in this game is because they had no idea what they were doing. If I tell you, please fix this, and you don't know how to fix it, what are you going to do, right? Which, yes, that brings us right back to Frostbite. We're never getting away with it. We're never getting away from Frostbite. Game? You want to, like, do the thing you just started doing?
Talana, my love. I should not have asked you to come with me. Though I know you would not have stayed behind. You are a dreamer. And this dragon the Ava have tamed carries a demon inside it. I can see how its presence hurts you. You should be at Halam Shiral reminding our people of our alliance with Draken. Not here, risking death with me. Still, in the old tongue, your name Telenadas means nothing is inevitable. I will remember your name. And hope.
Dreamers are said to be sensitive to demons. A creature like Hakon would have caused Telana terrible pain.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Jaludo's point is extremely valid. There's nothing inherently wrong with outsourcing QA team stuff. But if your QA team is just an email you get with a list of bugs and feedback, it's a little easier to ignore than someone who walks down to the office physically and manually is like, hey, and knows you, right? Like you have a working relationship with your QA team and say, hey, wanted to talk to you about the loot animation. Well, what about it? Well, oh, that's a good point, you know. The human element does need to be kept in mind from a management perspective. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding, Svazlov. So let's go up here now. Can I go up here? Yep. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we want to get the Nintendo Seal of Quality.
Inquisitor Ameridan, who helped bring the Inquisition into the Chantry, built the shrine for the Maker and the Elven gods.
You had something similar in ancient Tevinter. People kept the holidays, but renamed them for the Maker. So instead of celebrating Andaralis at the start of summer, you have Summer Day. And it's about the Maker.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. And yeah, what TSB says is also very, very true. If a development team does not have the time or the budget or the backing or the resources in order to fix a problem, then it doesn't matter that that problem exists or if they acknowledge it. Because it's like, well, which again brings me back to the very game we're playing right now. I would not be surprised if a lot of the QA feedback, assuming there was any, that this game got, was stuff that are in my negatives category, in the review document. And the devs were just like, well, we've got like 6 months, so... And I'm still trying to figure out how exactly to get a jumping animation working. Like, it keeps breaking the physics engine. That's probably it. Or up, there it is. There it was? There it is. Game. 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 Oh my god.
If I'm must go to the end of Thalos itself for Draken. I am at least glad to have friends at my side. Ilana and Heron have been arguing about Heron using the lyrium to fight demons. Some things never change. Arena has a new alchemical trick she wants to try, like pitch or tar, but stronger. A recipe straight from Orzammar. They argue, fuss, and mock each other mercilessly. And I would be lost without them.
Yes. What's that like?
The more things change.
A dwarf getting on someone's nerves. I can't imagine.
Oh yeah, you missed it earlier. While I was sitting here getting set up, Dorian said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Solus, you startled me. You're so nondescript, I didn't even notice you were there." To which Solus said, "I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak up. I can't hear you over your outfit." Warden stuff, Colgrim. I don't even know what that is, Colgrim. But we have talked with Loghain. But that's it. That was the last MSQ thing we did. Oh yeah, we haven't done the banquet yet. No, we're saving that till after the warden stuff. Oh, there's...
I dislike being so far from home. Alam Sharam needs me. The Darkspawn have grown stronger. Some of my brothers would let those creatures destroy Olay. They think Draken know better than the Imperium. But if we do not stand with the humans against the Darkspawn, we might lose everything we have gained. I will fight this Avar Dragon for you, Draken. And then we shall drive back the Darkspawn together.
But he died here. And the elves ignored the second blight as it spread across Olay. So began the animosity that led to the destruction of the Dales.
Happy ending. Yay. I'm being facetious. That's horrible. Yeah, but I don't really want anything, Colgrim, which is why I haven't been. Yeah, I was debating like if there's any passives we're picking up. I don't know, I'll take advice. What passive should I go for? What tree, I suppose? I do like hydration passes. A full reboot, Geludo? Let me think about that for a minute. See, part of the problem with this game, and there's no nice way to say this, the 8 ability limit actually pretty harshly hinders build possibilities. And there's not... I don't know, I'm saying this wrong. These talent trees are not as well designed as they should be. It's the nicest way to put that. And the 8 ability limit can, and in many cases does, work for encouraging builds, Pokemon. But it doesn't here because the game isn't built around the 8 ability limit. It looks like the 8 ability limit was put in because of a limitation, not because of a design choice. And so... unlike Dragon Age Origins and 2, where you had, you know, the bar could just be extended as far as you want to, and you could use however many abilities you want to, and whatever builds you want to. In this case, it's like, ow. Which Dragon Age do I like the most in terms of leveling up? Well, you say RPG mechanics, which I assume you mean leveling. Honestly, 2, I think. 2 did a lot right. 2 had a good curve, 2 had well-designed trees, 2 had a lot of good build potential. 2 also has the best gambit system of the series, which allows you to really get finicky on controlling your party members. And yeah, 2 also had unique specs per companion, and just, it's cool. It was actually pretty legit. I wish the encounters and bosses were there to make the combat as interesting as it should be. Also true, Wandering Doll. Good way to put that. So yeah, for Dorian, I don't know. I filled out... Yeah, I filled out both of his trees here. So, sure, here, have, like, that ability, and then let's just start getting passives. So I kind of don't have anything more for you to get at this point. Two also had a nice passives setup going on. I don't mean the circle things. I mean benefiting the set bonuses and the rival / friendly mechanic, giving you other little like just random stat bonuses. It was a neat little side thing that rewarded you for how you played. Now, not to speak too negatively about this game, but one thing I do like about this game is the upgrade things. I'll actually give this game credit for that. Without hesitation. Let's go and grab that. And then there's me. To also let you distribute attributes. Do we even have... I guess we do have attributes. I've mostly been paying attention to it for my, my equipment. You're probably exactly right, Blade Ball. You're probably right. I'm not sure that's a good thing, but, No, I don't want to do that. I suppose we'll go and grab that. Yeah, I hate to agree with you and then immediately turn that into a negative. But if they really wanted to have the limited bar, the 8 bar, then I really feel like they should have designed the rest of the game around that. I know that sounds strange considering I was just complaining about how, you know, the talents aren't great, but honestly, either shrinking down or expanding on the talent system would probably have helped tremendously with that. Let me try to explain in a specific, like one example. So right now we've got Energy Barrage, which has 2 abilities to modify it. Cool. But what it would have been cooler is, so imagine you look at this tree, right? And you've got, it branches into 3 branches. You've got Energy Barrage on the one side, and you've got Lightning Bolt on the other. Or Chain Lightning, something like that. And then you've got your passives down the middle, which is these 4 abilities. But then Energy Barrage doesn't have 2 things that modify it. It has, like, a different spot off, which has its own modifier. And then another thing which modifies it in a different direction, and like make Energy Barrage changed based on how you go down the tree, right? So, you know, we have Energy Barrage, then we have Energy Barrage Weaken, then we have Energy Barrage more bullets, then we have Energy Barrage gain a second element, like we can do with the runes. Or we could have Energy Barrage, but actually when every target that hits also does a little bit of an AoE explosion wherever it hits. And then we can have Energy Barrage. Each of those AoE explosions puts down a patch of whatever based on the element you're using, like a patch of frost to slow them down, or a patch of fire to do a bit of additional burning damage. You get the idea? And in that way, you could have had Talent Tree, which only has very, very few abilities on it, but lots of ways to modify them, which then allows you to have 8 ability bars, but still have builds, right? Good morning, Bregman. Has BioWare lost their identity? Sean, BioWare lost their identity 3 times, technically. But as of right now, it's really, really, really worth noting that the number of people who currently still work, actually, yes, Colgrim, who still work at BioWare that used to work at BioWare, even during the creation of the game we're playing right now, is so microscopic that I would have to go researching to find out how many of those people still work there. Everybody's left the company from this game. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, no, exactly. Like Guild Wars 2 or Diablo 3. Both games that have very limited slots. You have what, 7 in Diablo 3 and like 9 in Guild Wars 2? And yet in both cases, there's a lot of gameplay designed to mutate and adjust each ability and how they interact with other abilities to encourage build gameplay. It depends on if we count Tor, Mr. Red, but yeah. Ah, right, I was forgetting the F skills, but you're correct, of course, Fulgrim. I agree with Blade Cheval. This feels like a first game. I'm probably going to give it the first game tag, which feels strange, but it totally is. This is a team that was essentially going back to the board with a brand new engine, with no idea what they were doing, without support, without time, without budget. Just anyways, I'm sorry. I'm getting off topic. Let me look at my thing really quick here. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm actually aware of that, Darkrai, and yeah, that's true. All right, so back to this thing. Sure. We'll do that. Okay. So that was Jaws of Hakan. Now, normally I'd be like, let's go do the MSQ, but hang on. We're almost there. I swear, we're almost there. Let me double check. But we finished the Exalted Plains. We finished the Emerald Graves. What are we missing here? Oh, right. We need to do a War Table mission of that. So we're actually not done with Empire de Lyon. But we're done with Emerald Graves. We're done with Frostback Basin. We're done with the Hinterlands. We're done with the Mire. We're done with Crestwood, and we're done with the Storm Coast. We have swept these zones. I'm going to go to the War Table and unlock more of these zones. And I'm going to put a gun to my head, pull the trigger. I know there is one, Drindle. That's what we're building up towards. The Western Approach, I believe, is one of our last open world zones, but it does have MSQ as well. Unless we count the Descent. We'll get to that when we get to that. Of course I do, Triaxia. As I've said before, I've said this with Dragon Age 2 as well, it's astonishing this game is as good as it is, considering how bad it is, or considering how limited they were. Skywatcher, the Avar healer we encountered in the Fallow Mire, is evidently respected across many holds as a wise and practical man. He has expressed an interest in seeing Stonebear hold.
Turning into a bit of a dragon hunter, I've heard.
Having him pay the hold on behalf of the Inquisition might gain more. Yeah, sure, do it.
Inquisitor?
Why is that? Why is there a timer there? Why is there a timer there? What do you know? There are actually 2 separate additional mods for the DLC. Hang on. Yeah, we ain't putting up with that nonsense. Not on any level. The mission tables were okay as like an optional mini-game thing in WoW, Mr. Ed. Like if we were reviewing those, we would probably put that under mini-game because that is what it is. I think they tried to lean on it too much with some content. But it was fine in, for example, Warlords and Legion. This will take a minute, as it always does, because we got to inject new mods. Most likely, Blade Javal, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, based on how mod hostile this game is, that the way this mod works is it manually adjusts every single timer to just be 0, because there's a finite number of war tables, right? So you just go through, that. I mean, that's what I would do. You just go through and manually adjust everything to be 0. The command window, like the DOS prompt, Blade Jamal. That would also make sense given the fact that we have to grab a new mod for the 2 DLCs. Yep, gotta adjust the screen resolution because frostbite. Speaking of which, that bug needs to be under the frost category. Frost, frost, frost. That's a good question, Sean. I think this game will crush Dragon Age 2 in the story axis, but overall, do I like the game's crafting? Yes and no. So the core crafting system itself is actually really awesome.
Someone's turning into a bit of a dragon hunter, I've heard.
Thanks, Liliana. I love the very nature of the modularity of it and how it works. Each item has a static stat that it increases your finished product by, and the higher level, the higher requirement items have more space to put more of that item in there. So you can make a staff that has 10 scales, or you can have a staff that makes 20 scales. The 10 scale one is going to have 10 times 2, 20 plus 20 to the stat, whereas the 20 one's going to have 20 times 2, which is 40 to the stat. And so you can see the modularity right there. There is a value in the higher end recipes just because they allow more of the item, but it all boils back down to the item itself, which will always give plus 2 to the stat, which is cool. I like the crafting system quite a bit. What I hate is everything connected to the crafting system. Okay, so anyways, let's go to Stone Bear Hold. Hey, we're there! Skywatcher's arrival was grounds for a feast. He told tales and shared healing techniques with his own hold. Thane Sunhair offered personal thanks for sending her such a gift to her people and her personal bedroll later that night. Given the Avar tradition of nodding ceremonies for marriage, this gives new meaning to the phrase, no strings attached. Look, sex is great and all, but let's not go crazy here. The Avar of Stone Bear Hold greatly respect Titta Brightaxe, the legendary founder of the Avar. An earlier search located the spot where many of her possessions were left. Her body, of course, had been destroyed in accordance with how the Avar deal with their dead. Meanwhile, her weapon, apparently a mage's staff rather than an axe, may no longer be available, but they would appreciate other relics. Well, let's go do it.
At your service.
Hey, we got the Jade Ham. Stonebear Hold is extremely grateful for the relics. According to Thane Sunhair, their recovery has already spawned new tales of their legendary leader and of the Inquisition that offered such a generous gift. It is interesting to note the Avar were completely unsurprised by Titta being a mage. While it is lost to Ferelden history, it's eventually taken as unspoken truth amongst the Avar. Meanwhile, while historical documents shed light on Orynna's time as Inquisitor Ameridan's companion, little is known of her early life in Orzammar. The Orzammar Shapewrit contains an immeasurable wealth of knowledge pertaining to the Tig's past. Professor Kenrick has made several requests to study their records, all of which were denied. As an ally of the Inquisition, Orzammar would be more willing to answer a petition from Skyhold.
At your service.
Though King Harrimont rushes to ensure his Tig's continued alliance with the Inquisition, he cannot grant Professor Kenrick access to the Orzammar Shapewrit. He trusts there will be an understanding. As a sign of friendship, he offers some other crap. Shapewrit's notes are incredible. I'd hoped for more mention of Orynna's parentage, but wait, I'm not complaining. A few documents is more than I had before. Orynna met Ameridan while fighting demons in the Deep Roads, as history states. Since dwarves do not possess magic, Ameridan had come to learn ways in which non-mages could fight demons more effectively. Orynna was gifted in this field and had developed several unique methods. Apparently, Orynna did not get along well with Ameridan's friend Heron at the time. It was quite a shock when she announced her departure from the Tig. I'm surprised King Harrimont sent the leaving bid, actually. Fascinating. There's not much more in Arena, though your commander may find some battle references of interest. I will see they remain in Skyhold's possession. I was going to say, the Avars feel like they were based on a real-life culture group, though I couldn't tell you which off the top of my head. First, allow me to compliment the Inquisition's many victories on behalf of the Forsythia family. While Southern Thedas has seen the worst of it, we recognize recent tragedies concern us all. Your Inquisitor's work in sealing the rifts and stabilizing the South has lessened troubles here as well. The Forsythia House would like to lend its support to the Inquisition. We would be happy to meet with your representatives and make it official. The Forsythias are one of the great noble houses in Navarra. While the other families are divided between those who support the Pentagast line and those who would see new blood on the throne, the Forsythias have remained politically neutral. I doubt their offer is altruistic. There are advantages with aligning with a powerful, far-reaching institution, but nevertheless, accepting their support gives us allies without making a significant political statement. Yeah, let's send the diplomat for that. Sorry. It was a pleasure to meet with your representatives. We are happy to lend the Inquisition our support. Yay. Okay, hold on. Looks like Fairbanks was good on his word. The Freemen were helping the Red Templars smuggle red lyrium through the Dales. In exchange, they received gold and supplies, which would go towards the furtherance of their cause, their big, dramatic, amazing cause, which everybody in chat knows about right now. In exchange, they received gold and supplies, and their hopes were fueled and then exploited. We can end this by drawing up the Red Templars responsible and killing their faces off. We'll have the name of the Red Templar lieutenant who is dealing with the Maleficent and Freeman. Carol, he is expected at the Lion's Pavilion 2 days from now. Do what must be done. My, how things change. When we first arrived at Skyhold, we would have been lucky to have the elite of Halam Sharal even acknowledge our presence. Now that we've occupied Suladen Keep and can no longer be ignored, a group of merchants and noblemen approached me with a proposal. They say that since the Inquisition is currently better placed to keep order in the Dales than the Imperial throne, they would like to set up a consortium of sorts. An Inquisition ambassador at their side will, according to them, aid communication and allow us to keep their interests safe even as they promote ours. Yes, please. That went splendidly. These worthies of Orlais wanted nothing more than to be given everything while providing nothing, but I set the record straight. If they want our assistance in supporting their efforts to restore the war-torn Dales, they will need to show deference to our agents and ensure troop movements and trade efforts the Inquisition makes our highest priority. All it took was some negotiation and some threats. They sent along some lovely gifts to show their appreciations for their presence in the Skyhold, and the consortium should ensure any attempts we make to gather coin are much easier. I know, right, Crofty? It's like, nah, they're evil. Okay. Why are they evil? Because they're evil! Like, we said it yesterday. They're bandits. They're just bandits. No, I don't mean like in lore. I mean how the game utilizes them. They fill that slot, right? Michel de Chevine, Celine's disgraced champion, has joined the Inquisition. He's an honorable man, but a casualty of Orlais's brutal politics and prejudices. Let's see. So we can have him work with the scholars on the mirror, which we don't even have yet. A chevalier to... So, okay, so an officer. Or... more liaisons. Let's go with officer.
To work?
I know, right, Wandering Doll? Very good. Dear Josephine, do you recall the last letter I sent about the new volunteer who reported to Suladen Keep to help with our efforts? Lady Doucette, daughter of Lord Bastille Miron, was one of them. We were unaware of her real identity because she came to us disguised as a villager. Unfortunately, Lord Bastille has just now discovered the whereabouts of his missing daughter and accused the Inquisition of kidnapping her. His colorful slander of the Inquisition has cast a shadow on our relations with the wealthy of southern Orlasian society. Complicating matters, she has refused to return to her father in the gilded cage of a gentlewoman. I can't tie her up and deliver to the Lord in a barrel, now can I? Why can't we? We don't have to literally put her in a barrel. Nah, let's work with her. We had one of Liliana's spies bait Lord Basile into starting his rant at a recent ball. Just as he was reaching the climax of his argument, Lady Doucette entered in full Inquisition regalia with an entourage of our soldiers and exposed her father's lies. She then challenged him to a duel for the Inquisition's honor. The Lord would not meet her blade and was shunned for the rest of the event, while Lady Doucette became the star of the evening. God damn, Josephine! Remind me to never get on your bad side. And to pay you well. We're paying her well, right? To make sure that she's got no reason to, you know, flip sides. Jesus. Looks like we have a judgment we can do. Go do a judgment. Fair enough, Play It Devolve. I turned this into a sex joke, but our one true love is Cassandra, so...
Mistress Pulin of Sarnia is accused of aiding and abetting the Red Templars in the Dales. She sold a quarry to them for a handsome sum. They used the quarry to grow red lyrium by enslaving townspeople. The only extenuating circumstance, Mistress Pulin was procuring supplies to keep the remaining townspeople fed.
If you'd like to explain your intentions, speak.
My crime was misjudgment. The land sale was meant to bring prosperity in hard times.
Surely it was clear you were selling to the enemy.
We were starving, and they told me they'd reopen the mines. Selling the quarry so hastily was a mistake. I did what I could to rectify it.
So I'm not picking 3 or 6, because I don't think either of those are appropriate here. No, Svatoslav, no. Yeah, I know, right? It's just... I can't even... I guess I could. I'd have to back up a bit to do, like, the full crossed legs. And he's doing it, like, this way, too. He's doing it this way. Does it, Ziad? That's not how I interpreted that. That sounded like Centered of the Minds to me. I guess we could just chalk that one up to Tor effect then, because, yeah. I wouldn't call her a traitor, though. Not really. Desperation is something that needs to be kept in mind when it comes to these kind of things. Although, of course, that does mean she is not reliable. That's a good question. I know that Conan started this pose. Hang on. I gotta do like the, the lean. Doing it like this, you know. I don't think Conan started that pose, but I know it popularized it. Alright, let's see what happens.
I can't let you go free, but I can give you an honest living. Mr. Spulin, I sentence you to work as a scribe of the Inquisition. Half your wages will go to the town of Sarnia.
A drudge on this cold rock? As you command.
Yeah, that's not what I thought that option was at all. That is a matter of opinion, Mr. Red, which I shall not give mine thereupon. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to do another zone. It's okay. This zone does eventually have MSQ in it. What am I bringing right now? Well, I need to bring a rogue. I have to bring a rogue, so whatever. We're just locked in there. Have I given the limited party size negative? Yep. Cool.
Inquisitor, welcome to the Western Approach. We've sighted Warden activity to the southwest, but no one's been close enough to figure out what they're doing. Between the sandstorms and the vicious wildlife, we haven't made it far out here. One of my men got too close to a poison hot spring and gave me a slightly delirious report of a high dragon flying overhead. In short, this might just be the worst place in the entire world. Be careful out there.
Well, it's good to know what I'm in for.
Sorry I don't have more for you. We intercepted a Venatori messenger and, persuaded him to give up the orders he was carrying. We have them here. This entire place. It just feels like something's not right. Be careful.
Honestly, no, Colgrim. At this point, we're committed. And I know, you could say, you know, sunk cost fallacy or whatever, but I kind of mean that with sincerity. If I was willing to entertain the idea of just skipping it and dumping negatives on it, I would have done that Tuesday. In fact, some of you probably remember I was debating that exact same idea. And I decided, you know what? Let's do it. Okay, so there's the actual quest, the main story quest. So we need to avoid that like the plague. It's okay, these are level 11s. Yeah, you notice I was just auto-attacking that fight. Well, let's see. Desert. No. Let's go with... There we go. Let's get some real desert music going. Yeah, the benefit of the fact that we kind of worked up to Frostback Basin first is twofold. Benefit number one, we're overpowered, which will speed things up even more. Benefit number two, we don't have to loot anymore. There's nothing here worth looting. Like, this is all extraordinarily beneath us at this point. Oh yeah, we can also do this. Well, we can't, apparently. That's an invisible wall. Okay, well, hang on. Oh, I'm aware, Colgrim. I speedrun.
But all these people just happen to die here.
I guess someone out in the desert is missing a bunch of stuff. What happened here?
Nobody should be out here but Grey Wardens. Something's very wrong.
This is not KOTOR music, I'm afraid. Sorry. Anyways. But, yeah, so... It's something that a lot of people don't actually think about, is the net gain or loss when it comes to time. It's pretty much mandatory for doing speedruns. For example, let me give you an exact example of this. In Final Fantasy VI, the speedrun I like to do, I go out of my way to do a town I don't have to do, to go gain an item I don't need to get. Why? Because that item is the haste boots, which gives one of my party members permanent haste. Now, you might think, aha! But you have to understand, haste also affects how quickly you can run from combat. Which means not only is it going to be faster for several sequences coming up, but if I put it on Sabin, for doing the Sabin scenario, so like about an hour later, he has a much, much easier time of running from combats he does not need to be doing. Which, in addition to speeding things up, also serves as a bit of bad luck protection. So I've spent time to gain time back. The question being, is the time we spent crafting, for example, worth it in how much it's been speeding it up? Now, I would say so, because I spent about 2.5 hours total crafting the gear we currently have. But I want you to imagine the severe number of fights we've been doing, especially the higher end fights, which we probably wouldn't even be physically capable of doing if not for that high-end gear. And then add on top of that the fact that we wouldn't be as high level as we are, or as well powerful as we are, if not for the fact that we not only did the crafting, but also then did the new high-level zones. Now, the point overall I'm trying to reach here is I think that it was overall a net gain in time. That's hard to see in this nonsense. But it's only a net gain in time if we're planning to do all the zones. Yes, Bladegeval, that is correct. Getting the list, getting the materials, selling items to get money to buy the materials I forgot, finding out that the guide I was using was wrong, going back to getting more materials. That's all included in that. So, thoughts on speedruns which try to do a glitch for 5 minutes and then break the game. I tend to appreciate those more than I tend to enjoy them. A lot of work and effort goes into not only finding those particular glitches, but then finding a good way to use them. And in many cases, just executing those is not exactly easy. Like, have you seen the latest Baldur's Gate 3 speedrun? The 3-minute one? I'm just going to spoil it for you. What you do is you put Shadowheart into a barrel, and then you throw that barrel into the ground, and then you teleport to the final boss. Yeah, that's why they call it any percent. And so that's my overall point. I don't mind any percent runs, especially as long as they're, well, labeled as any percent. The only goal is getting to the end credits by any means necessary. Yeah, oh yeah, shadow boxing, excuse me. Now, having said that, I generally tend to prefer either glitchless percent, which is its own category, or 100%, depending on the game. 25 minutes, Colgrim. Ah, that makes sense, Blitchel.
So the Venatori want to keep us out. Shall we disappoint them?
I mean, if we have to. I act. I have tasked several times. In fact, could someone type exclamation mark CT into chat, please? Why isn't that working? Hang on, hang on. Is it CT TAS? Is it TAS? Hold up. It is apparently TAS, my bad. So I've done several TASs, but the CT TAS is the one I'm the most proud of. That's interesting. And you just got a link to it. It's a little long, but that was the better part of a few years of effort on my part to make that happen. I also do a tremendously deep dive into the very mechanics of Chrono Trigger in that one.
I don't think this was the Venatori.
It's as if time's been slowed. The power to accomplish this
would attract the Venatori's attention.
I love how time slowed down. There's just this demon thing, which is just in the middle of choking this guy down here. Here it is! Here's your chamber! God damn, Colgan, that's bonkers. 6 hours for that.
markings on it. I've heard of keystones that bear the same.
Keep searching. There may be more.
We're up to 210 power now. I don't know if we have enough.
They say the Silent Plains are corrupted like this. Never been.
This is the Battle Mage Hood, I'm pretty sure. I think. As you can see, it's crafted, but yeah. Because I'm also wearing the Battle Mage's robes. It was the one I got from the Hiss, the Hissing Waste. Yeah, WoW speedruns are interesting. They're usually complete a zone or complete every, like, dungeon within a bundle. Like, doing every dungeon in Kalimdor, for example. No, I'm the Emperor, Eternus. Or, if you prefer, my given title, the Janitor, because it's my job to clean up all this crap.
We're missing something here. Still missing something.
No, the Evil Emperor is my day job. That's what people think I am, so that they have reason to be like, and they can blame their woes on me and, you know, start up rebellions every now and again and just, you know, feel like they have a say in their lives. The real me is actually trying to do everything I can to make sure that the world's a better place for as many people as possible. That's my real job, not my day job. Good afternoon, Not Zero. Hope you're doing well today. What about anything I just said has anything to do with the Sith, Gum Gum? That's a lot of blood.
A staff? Is this what they were after?
I'd be careful with that if I were you.
Why? Okay, that sounds terrible. Yeah, don't breathe in.
Careful! I think time's flowing again.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
Yes, I like inhaling people's blood. That's... You could use the exact same argument to say I'm a zombie, Gum Gum. Or a Nazi. Yep, we've decided to become a Grey Warden, everyone.
Hurry, before this gets worse.
Worse than this?
It's fine. Yeah, a Nazi zombie ninja cyborg. Yeah! So hang on, so like one arm's a robotic one, and the other arm's like rotting and undead, and you can't see my face because it's covered with the ninja mask. And like the ninja mask has a swastika on it. There you go. Just hitting the whole demographic here. Oh, and I've got a pirate hat on, just while we're at it. I'm also a pacifist.
It's done.
Next time, the damn demons can stay frozen.
They're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Ugh. Yes, the pacifists. Ironically. What's the name of the zone we're in right now? Western Approach, right? Wait. Well, I can't play Tatooine music because then I'd get copywronged into oblivion. Just imagine some Tatooine music's playing right now. Just picture it in your head. Yeah, I think it was Dakota. I could be wrong. It was back this way. I was right. No, play triple. Okay, what do you want me to do here? Search for the mine. Okay, we're in the mine. Now what? Okay, we did it. Whew. All right, quest complete. We read a book.
They did something this horrible and wrote about it. These people are wrong in every possible way.
Hold up. Oh yeah, I wanted to read you a note that I found earlier. Is this it? Yes. So this is on a Red Templar during one of the zones I was doing off camera. My dearest Fenella, how are you? How is your Aunt Caitlin? My dear girl would never give trouble, I hope. How are your studies? Perhaps you could read some of this letter to her to show how much you're learning. I am sorry to have been away for so long. I have a duty. Do you remember when Mother was very sick and she asked you to fetch her water? And you did it because you loved her? It's like that. Sometimes we have to do difficult things because they help other people we love. The country is ill, and I have to try to make her better. Don't worry. I'm not alone here. We now have special medicine that will make us stronger so we can fight better. It won't be long till the mages are all gone and we're safe again. I'll be home soon. All my love and prayers. Father, on the corpse of a Red Templar. Hang on. God, I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? These are extraordinarily unsorted codex entries, by the way. To the point where it's actually kind of irritating to find anything. Which, I know, bad interface in the Frostbite engine. Stop the presses. I may give up on this. I give up. I give up. Whatever. No, he probably believed in the cause. We have to kill all the mages, and if we have to do unpleasant measures to kill all these people, then so much the better. It's okay. Sometimes we have to do these kind of things we don't want to do in order to accomplish a greater good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be off genociding every mage. For the greater good. Sorry. Several Eternus. I don't have a hard number. It's worth noting we've only been tracking the negatives that are obviously Frostbite. Like, it's entirely possible we have a lot of other things that are like domino effect. You know, Frostbite caused X, therefore Y, therefore negative. Oh, yeah. So you see that lovely device? So it's injecting red lyrium into people, so they can then use the people as red lyrium farms. The sigils keep them in place so they can't leave. This is how they're farming red lyrium, by the way. Off of refugees, travelers, and of course, prisoners of war and mages. I mean, yeah, for all intents and purposes, they are growing Tiberium in people. Which is funny, because if you know Tiberium, you know that it also grows in people. Andromeda might, Mr. Red. Hang on. Let me look it up. Because I'm not sure of the full list of Frostbite games. Give me a second here.
A chantry symbol out here. Odd.
Okay, so... This is a hard list to parse because it's like game, Mass Effect Andromeda, then Madden, FIFA, Need for Speed, Madden, FIFA, Madden, FIFA. Give me a second. It's real hard to read. So there's Dragon Age Inquisition. Let's just cut out all the crap. So we've got Dragon Age Inquisition, Battlefront 1 EA, Battlefield 1, Mass Effect Andromeda, Battlefront 2 EA, Anthem, Star Wars Squadrons is apparently Frostbite. The Dead Space remake is Frostbite. There you go. That's definitively a good game under the Frostbite engine. But that's kind of the list. Like that's the full list. So I remember Generals 1 more than Generals 2 act. Personally. I like the campaign of 1, because, you know me, I don't exactly do versus stuff. I also really liked the gameplay of 1, like, a lot. Like, honestly, it might be the best Command & Conquer game I've played on a purely gameplay axis. The only possible competition to that would be Red Alert 3. No, I agree, Geludo. It actually makes sense to make Dead Space and Frostbite. And I hate to go against the grain here. No, I don't give a damn. But Battlefront 2 EA was not a bad game. So I suppose that also counts.
The trail leads on.
Okay, hold on. It's either an audio glitch or a bad audio loop. So we're gonna, like, do this. Yeah, I didn't actually play Generals 1 until years after it came out, because it was completely overshadowed by Warcraft 3 for me. If I could set one Call of Duty game, and it was World War II based, where and when would I put it? Yep. I thought that was an audio glitch. It sounded like one. Because it sounded like the portal magic from when we were in the place where time was screwed up, and it was just looping forever. Huh. Where would I set a World War II game? Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit against the grain here.
Tell me we're fighting her, boss.
Where? Oh, there it is. So I'm gonna say Eastern Front, but hang on. So, you start off the campaign playing as the Soviet forces defending against the incursion, and then essentially, like, the first few missions are kind of the running retreat, right? Like, I'm explaining this wrong, but you get the idea, right? Let's just, oh god, wait. And then just kind of, like, slowly turning the tide back as the environment and the extended supply lines and the total lack of support the Germans had on the Eastern Front kind of starts to work against them. And then at about the halfway point of the campaign, you switched over to playing on the German side, as you fight a retreat across the Eastern Front as the lines dissolve until you get all the way to Berlin. So, obviously, the reason the developers stuck with this engine is because they had to. Like, that was mandated to them. Yeah, I know, I've never even heard of Hearts of Iron 4. Heck. Here it is. But let's ignore the obvious fact that it was mandated to them that they had to, you know, use this engine. So why stick with it? There are actually really good benefits to having your own in-house engine. I've talked about this before, so forgive me the repetition here. Don't blame you, Act. I hated it, but I also played it at launch. When you have your own in-house engine, not only can you do more with it and use it for more, and all of the issues we're having right now with Unity don't exist if you're using your in-house engine. And even though it's substantially more time and money up front to establish your own engine, once it's established, it is also substantially cheaper to keep developing for that same engine. So it actually pulls down costs long-term, especially if you intend to use it long-term.
This isn't working, boss. Someone at Skyhold will have a solution.
But then, the other benefit of having your own in-house engine is you could pull a Unity. Not what they're doing right now. I mean, you could license it out. If you develop a worthwhile and decent engine to use, well, now you can go ahead and license it to other people to use for their games. And, of course, you've already done the hard work of, you know, doing the support and making sure the engine works and having all the documentation. So they've got all the resources you don't even have, so that makes it even more promising, and therefore you can charge it to more people and yada, yada, yada. In short, the benefits of making your own engine are actually pretty obvious. It is, quote-unquote, the easy choice. It is the easy choice, specifically because it's extremely hard to actually make work. The number of in-house engines that really work in the manner that I just described is probably listable on a single hand. We've got Source, we've got the Creation Engine, or Gamebryo, Unreal, id Tech, I would say, would qualify. Sure there's others. We're up to 4. You get the point, right? It's like saying all you have to do is successfully accomplish this brain surgery, and that will fix everything. And it's like, yeah, but like, do you know how hard it is to do brain surgery? Not that I'm aware of, Loner. Hell, several Activ Blizzard games use Unity for some dumb reason. I think it actually is Anguished One. I have it under the Desert song playlist because it sounds deserty to me. Excuse me. But anyways, you get the idea. It's the easy solution because it works great if it works, and if it doesn't, then it's a colossal waste of time and effort and money. Which brings us to the Frostbite engine. Doesn't it, Anguished One? Sorry. Does that answer you, Eternus? It probably doesn't. I'm probably doing a terrible job of answering your question here. Joludo asked a question earlier. I've still been chewing on it. Yeah, the CryEngine. Although I don't know what the CryEngine's been used for, other than, you know, the Crysis. And yeah, last I checked, Crysis was infamous for being terribly optimized. Like, a lot of people tend to forget that the reason the can it run Crysis joke is a joke is because the Crysis engine was garbage. Apparently, they did actually license it out. Who knew? I believe you. I mean, I don't believe you. You're lying to me. Straight through your teeth. How could you do this to me, Colbert? But I believe you. Wait, Far Cry runs on the CryEngine? God, that explains so much. No, not about the name. Far Cry is extremely badly optimized. Like, to the point where it's a little sad. It's also one of the just casually buggiest series of games I've ever played in my life. Yes, more so than the Elder Scrolls. Oh my god, Ion. I've played Ion. Thank you, Not Zero. Thank you very, very much. I always appreciate your support. Thank you. And we will put all of that, without divvying it up at all, towards God of War 5 and the Book of Boba Fett Streamations. Oh, I know, Bragwin, and they're stupid.
Thank the Maker. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone. Have you come to observe the wildlife too?
I think I found your supplies. A dead man out in the desert had these on him.
Dead? Blessed Andraste. What about Marcus or Jeannette? This is terrible news. I am Frédéric of Serrault, foremost researcher of Dragonology in Orlais. I came here with an expedition from the university. But the others are all missing, and our work has been halted. White Claw raiders have made off with much of our supplies. You will help me reclaim the equipment, will you not? You will champion the advancement of science.
What? Yeah, sure, whatever.
I have the supplies you were waiting for right here.
But some of our equipment is still missing. If you happen to find more of it, please let me know.
Sure, sure.
We'll have to speak some other time.
Most unreliable game engine I can think of. The CryEngine! Hang on, I am currently running through my head trying to come up with a less reliable engine than the CryEngine. I'm not actually being facetious. The CryEngine is kind of trash.
After more than 30 days, I have yet to observe the abyssal high dragon in... Oh, yes?
Oh my god, Colgrim.
The rest of your team went missing, and there are raiders all over the area. Should you be here alone?
I don't know what happened to the rest of the expedition, but the raiders have left me completely undisturbed. I have also seen Grey Wardens and strangers in odd black clothing, but they all ignore my presence completely.
What?
You're a scholar. What can you tell me about this region?
The Western Approach is a remarkable place, as you are no doubt aware. Many magnificent creatures make their home here. Vargists, dragons, phoenixes. They thrive where few others can. The land was poisoned by the Second Blight. The Warden Fortress has stood since that time. Before the Blight, the ancient Imperium ruled here. Actually, I saw some Tevinters recently, studying the ruins, perhaps.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a professor at the University of Orlais. I have made it my life's work to write the definitive monograph on the hunting habits of dragons and their closest kin. On this trip alone, I have produced 20 scrolls of notes. more scholarship than has ever been done on the southern Fargus. But my hope, my great ambition, is to observe the abyssal high dragon taking her prey. A sight no scholar has ever recorded.
I have the supplies you were...
If you happen to find more of...
Will...
So, everyone else who enters this desert dies, but they leave Frederick alone. Odd.
It's fine. It's fine. He's not a demon. Yeah, Clausewitz is not what I would call a particularly good engine, but I have trouble calling it the worst. Like, I would probably still put the Cry engine below that.
This is big. Doesn't look like Vince built it. Who was out here?
Having said that, yeah, Clausewitz, like another engine I could mention, Gamebryo, probably needs an overhaul at this point. Not that that will ever happen. Game. Here we go. So here's a random thought that was posited to me this morning. Very true, Golgrim. You, in your real-life job right now, suddenly exist within the Federation. Circa TNG. Congrats! How well/useful do you think your current job would be to the Federation and to Starfleet in particular? Like, useful is the wrong word, but like the mental idea here is to picture your current job in, you know, in the Federation. I do specifically keep saying the Federation because there's plenty of places in Star Trek that are very different. So, for example, I'm a streamer who is a reviewer. I think I would do extremely well for myself because, as I've pointed out many, many times, Star Trek has a critical lack of entertainment problem in-universe, to the point where the episode The Game actually succeeds despite the total lack of logic associated therewith. And think about being able to reach people across the entire quadrant thanks to subspace streaming, like just like that, right? And I would be providing a useful service, the reviews themselves, so that people can then use those to gauge which games they should pick up and why. So, actually, I think I'd be doing pretty legit in the Federation. Go figure. But I don't think that applies to everyone for obvious reasons. I can also do the rewrites in the holodecks. That'd be nice. Yeah, the downside would be keeping up with chat would become much more difficult. I can read quickly, but right now I have what, like 80 people? 40, 20, 3 people watching me. Imagine if I am streaming across the Alpha Quadrant. Which, obviously, I'm not going to hit the whole Alpha Quadrant, but my point is, like, the whole of the Federation would have access to my streams, thanks to subspace and how extremely fast it is. So, I'd probably have more than 20 people. Now, that's a problem that we'll never face in real life, because I'll never actually get popular, but it's a problem I've considered several times in real life, is what would happen if I became big and couldn't really keep up with chat anymore. On the flip side, I could have computer assistance with certain aspects of the job. Yeah, as I say, I could probably have a dedicated mod, you know, in the form of the computer to help me keep the chat within range of, I should respond to this. And yeah, I can reply to some. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Hell, I can also do things like be like, well, okay, so oh, that's over there. Like if someone asked me something, I could just be like, computer, what year did Dragon Age Inquisition come out? And it could give me the release date just like that. That sounds awful, Blade Traval. Naturally, I bet you with total sincerity that there would be some streamers who would do exactly that. And then I would once again become a small-scale streamer because I refuse to do that. QED.
What are these even doing here? This is bad.
God dang, why do you always gotta hold a gun to my head, Svatoslav? I thought you were a pacifist! Oh god, no, Valten Ryu, no! 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 God, I'd rather die! I'd rather let Svatoslav shoot me than become one of those goddamn assholes from Borderlands 3. I'm sorry. That game, I spit a lot of venom at Borderlands 3. And I will continue to do so because it's a crap game. But the worst part about that game, by far, was the two central villains. They're so bad, they reach the point where we would have to zoom in the camera sufficient to give them more than 3 negatives, because they're so terrible. Ugh! Okay, I'm okay. I'm recovered. I've beaten that game, by the way. In fact, I've done all the quests in that game, and all the DLCs. You're probably wondering why, because it's a 4-player co-op game and there's not a lot of those. So, yes, Wandering Doll, I have played all the way through Borderlands 3 and all its DLCs. Ugh. Yes, there's a segment of the head-on highlight reel dedicated to how bad Borderlands 3 is. That's how bad it is. And here we are talking about it again. Ah! Hi. Okay, so, would it upset you when I say that if you get popular, there's less of a chance for me to show up and, you know, I mean, yeah, act. I'm pretty sure you're not the only person who would be in that category as well. Be honest, right now, be honest. Magically, I just start having 1,000 viewers every stream. How many of you would be less inclined to chat and try to interact with me and with each other under those auspices? Be honest. Yeah, Bragwin, well, it's okay. I'd be making more money, so I can afford to actually pay Bragwin. But Bragwin would become a paid mod at that point, because holy crap. And see, that's the wonderful monkey's paw, right? I would like to be bigger. I'm not going to lie to you. It's occasionally discouraging when I look up and I see that I'm streaming Baldur's Gate 3 to 20 people. Because that's a real example, obviously. But at the same time, losing out on this level of interaction would honestly really suck. I've said this before, and this is not trying to butter you up. You guys are in many ways a sanity anchor for me. Being able to actually interact with and chat and talk and discuss and debate and just... The very discussion we're having right now, right, is an example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, no kidding, Wandering Doll. I wouldn't blame you. I appreciate the trust, by the way. Oh god, Blade Traval! No! No, I'm sorry! I take it all back! I take it all back! Oh god! Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay, we're okay. Where is... I'm just gonna look this quest up. What's the name of this quest? Frederick's Livelihood. There it is. We're just gonna use the Googles. Of course they're all off of corpses. Why wouldn't they be? Yeah, you like that quest marker, by the way? It's somewhere here. Jesus Christ. But at least I know it'll be looting bodies, so I can just start skipping all this overworld loot. Yeah, it's somewhere on the planet. Thanks. Anyways. I was asked a question I was going to answer. Right. Svatoslav said, he's got a gun to my head, as usual. What would I be doing if not streaming and making videos? Well, first of all, I'd probably be dead, because I would have no real other viabilities with regards to job prospects. While I do have a fairly large resume with regards to being a tech, a troubleshooting tech kind of a person, and a network engineer specifically, the fact of the matter is that market is not a great market to be in at the moment. And finding a job which also has flexible hours, which also allows me to work from home, is a hell of a thing, especially right now. So, that would suck. The odds of me being able to thus have a job of any kind would shrink substantially. And frankly, at this point in my life, I'd just be like, yeah, okay, cool. And I'm out. Now, that probably sounds like me being maudlin, but actually that's me being positive, because I am fortunate to be able to do what I do for a living. If I wasn't able to do this, I'd be doing a lot... I'd be doing a lot worse, is what I'm trying to say. Favorite class in Borderlands 3? So I played as the lady who has the mech, but I also poked at all the other classes. And I think, therefore, my favorite class is the lady with the mech. Mose, that's her name, or Mose, or whatever. See, here's the deal. Most of those classes are pretty decent. Like, it's actually one of the better aspects of the game, is that there's some real class design going on. I would also say the pet guy is probably my second favorite if you put a gun to my head, which you just keep doing for some strange reason. But the thing I love about her is it's not just a cooldown. It's a customizable cooldown, which I tend to enjoy. There's multiple different ways you can build it out, which is awesome. And when you reach a certain point, you can give her 2 nuclear guns on both of her arms and just absolutely goddamn destroy everything. Oh, bonus points. The guns on the tank, the mech, actually scale with your relative power output level. I don't know if it's done specifically to your equipment or to your level or your talent points or whatever, but the point is, as we kept going into the high and then the really high and then the end game and then the DLC post-game content, that mech kept being useful. It's actually why I stuck with the nukes, not because they hit hard, which they did, but because they had tremendous AoE, which is really, really useful in the end game and post-game stuff I just mentioned. So, yeah. Mose was awesome. Also, and that's ignoring the obvious, like, I'm just talking about fundamental, you know, objective benefits. She also is a giant mech which can shoot nukes from both arms, which is exactly as satisfying as it sounds. M19-8. One moment, I'm going to pull up a map, because this is already taking too long. M19-8. Borderlands 3 deserves credit where credit is due. That's how that works. Even bad games usually have good elements, unless you're Quest 64. And yeah, you're right. I feel like they kind of overcompensated to quite it, because both the Beast Hunter class and the Mech class are actually pretty legit. Okay. Eight. I need 8. Where is 8? Okay, so there's 1 8. I'm pretty sure I already got that 8. Yeah, it's the one that's right there. Just in case, let's go double check. Let's be thorough. You know what? Hang on. I like this playlist, but there's a specific song I feel like right now. Portal Industry is such a terrible game. It's probably a lamentation game, in all honesty. Yeah, okay, I did get this spot. I was right. Okay, cool. I saw that act. Or maybe I didn't see that and I'm a terrible liar. But I saw something to that effect. This morning. Is there no more 8? Really? Map? You're just gonna say, nope, that's it? Oh my god, it is. And then we finished that quest. Oh, that was a rough quest, but we did it. We have accomplished that quest. Man, thank goodness that we beat that quest that we definitely just beat just now. I think it was really satisfying, the conclusion, where we finally got to see his epic reuniting with his sister and the dragon that was his sister. And, you know, it was a nice message about tolerance of cross-species generations and how we need to embrace and accept each other for who and what we are and not what we want them to be. And that was a moving quest. 15 positives to story, 86 positives to gameplay. Yeah, then there was that spaceship that looked exactly like a Reaper and even did the blah sound. That was great. Is that seriously? God damn it. Okay, fine. Whatever. Fine. I have seen it, Wandering Doll, but I have not played it. It was something I was excited for, and then I stopped being excited for it. Good morning, Ross. Hi, Vigilant. When's that, when's the Chargers game you're going to? I assume you're physically going. In which case, I'm so sorry. Look. All I'm saying is going to a football game should be an awesome event, especially something you do with friends and family. Reality may or may not coincide with that thought. At least a day and a half, Fulgrim. No exaggeration. I would honestly estimate we've saved about 15 hours. The map, yeah, the map has been completely useless half the time. It's neat looking and totally useless. I'm pretty sure we've already jotted down that negative, but let me double check, because at this point, I've started losing track of which negatives we've already given and which one we have. Okay, yeah, okay, there is a map negative there. One, but we'll debate that in a minute. I know, that's what I was referencing, Ross. I think Ross wasn't listening to me, which makes me very sad. Not that I blame him, I wouldn't listen to me either. Still makes me sad, though. Yeah, you got tickets to a Chargers game, right? Alright, so let's flip that Federation job question on its head a little bit. Congratulations. You're now in Star Trek in the Federation. you have to get a job. Just you have to get a job or they shoot you. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. You have to get a job. What are you trying to do? What do you work for? You don't really need the money. Let's assume training's available, Vigilant. So, for example, if you wanted to be a brain surgeon, you could go to school for free and get the necessary training to become a brain surgeon. What kind of engineer, Valton, were you, if you don't mind sharing? Bartender? Very valid pick. Especially in the Federation. Ignoring the fact that you'll be able to share root beer all the time. Jokes aside, I think that would be a great way to have kind of like an everyday social life, even built into your job, and you know, I mean, it's the quark thing, right? Or the I can't remember what it's called. Everybody knows your name thing. Computer chips. There would probably be a lot of need for that in the Federation. And honestly, that sounds pretty awesome. So yeah, power to you. A librarian? Actually, I think there would be more need. Did you shut up? I think there would be more need for librarians in the future than there are now. And I mean that with sincerity. Because not a lot of people think about the nitty-gritties of how you sort and search information in a digital format. But there's actually a lot that goes into that, as any SQL engineer will tell you. Anybody's ever worked with SQL, you know? And yeah, so not only do you have to track everything, but think about... Yeah, exactly, Jalil.
How long can they keep this up?
Not very long. Think about how much time and effort and work you could and should spend in, for example, tagging. Because you can't tell me they wouldn't use hotkeys and tags to help keep the enormous quantity of books that they have available digitally sorted properly, right? Language teacher? Absolutely. We know that linguists are a thing within the Federation. In fact, it's considered... It's a whole thing. Can I just summarize it that way? Because obviously there's the universal translator, but there's plenty of people who don't want to use it, can't use it. It requires an injection because it's actually a chip that you put into your frickin' skull. It doesn't actually work for all cases. Sometimes it can be knocked out by technological problems or whatever. And of course, it's something that's considered a high skill vocation.
I am ready to serve.
Okay, serve then. Here, serve. Chef, that's a good one.
Master, I join your glory.
I'm dead serious, by the way. I absolutely guarantee you that there'd be plenty of people who would want cooked food as opposed to replicated food. Anyway, so yeah, so we got librarian, or archivist, or what do you want to call that? We got a chef, language teacher. I'd be a streamer.
Well, Inquisitor, you want your very own fort in the middle of nowhere?
It has water and a good tactical location.
I would probably also want to go ahead and be a holo novelist, for lack of a better way to put it. I would want to make games and stories. You know, the rewrites, right? As well as my own extant stuff and the game ideas I have bouncing around in my head. But if I'm being totally honest, that probably wouldn't be my job. That'd be my hobby. Just like it is in real life. That works out, I suppose. Where's the claim thing? Get out of the way, Iron Bull. Holo RPGs, that sounds awesome. That's another thing. I know this is going to sound really strange. I wouldn't mind a job that involves physical labor. I tend to actually enjoy physical labor as long as it's not, you know, bad or punishing, something that'll destroy your back kind of a stuff. Like, I like gardening. I like cleaning, janitor work. I've told you that before.
Inquisitor, you're early. We've barely been set up a week.
It's been a week. Fade to black, and it's Dragon Age 2 now. But because of the healthcare that exists within the Federation, it wouldn't be as much of an issue to have, you know, a physically demanding job.
Inquisitor.
What can you tell me about the Darkspawn in the area?
The Darkspawn seem to have emerged since we took the keep. I've warned the troops not to engage unless absolutely necessary. We don't need a blight in the ranks. We have to find whatever hole the monsters came from and seal it.
What's wrong with the water supply?
The fort's well is full of garbage. Blasted Venatori threw corpses in there. There's an oasis nearby, but a Vargast claimed it. Doing a decent job of keeping us away too. 4 soldiers have already fallen to venom and claws. We'll need reinforcements to drive the monster out.
We haven't met, have we? What's your name, soldier? Where have you served?
I beg your pardon, Inquisitor. Knight Captain Rylan at your service. I served with the Templars in Starkhaven until they all ran off to the hills, barking at the moon. Commander Cullen offered me a job, and I was glad to do anything to help stop all this madness.
Okay, I don't care about you. Goodbye.
Carry on, Captain.
Yes, Inquisitor.
Yeah, teachers, we know teacher is a very common vocation in the Federation, so that, yeah, that's what it is. Military recruiters,
Do not smirk at me, recruit. I will stick my boots so far up your ass, you'll be picking bootstraps out of your teeth.
well, there's ACT right there. Putting furniture together.
Who can tell me? What are the chief weapons of the Inquisition? Soldier.
Surprise and fear, sir.
And nice uniforms.
You worthless piles of dragon dung. Drop and give me 50!
So who would I be in the 40k universe? I'd be dead and then recycled as, you know, soul food for something horrible.
Come take a look. Just don't touch the merchandise. Some of it is poisoned.
Yeah, I'd be a servitor. That's pretty much right. So what would I be in Thetis? Honestly, probably a pauper who works to clean someone's chamber pot somewhere. That apparently does not have collision. Good to know. It's got to be in, but there is no in. Oh, that's going to bother me. My vocation in Equestria? But where's the cave? Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. This game does have a jump. It looks like this. This right here is actually the default jump. No bugs or mods or anything like that. This is not the default jump, for reference. It's also not the default run speed while we're on this subject. It's the Super Luigi. I don't know, I feel like in Equestria I could make streaming work. With magic. Like, picture it. Picture it. The problem is I wouldn't have video games to review and play. So clearly, the goal is to invent video games in Equestria. I would have stories to review. They have a big literature tradition in Equestria. Okay, so that's the fort done. What's that? I do, Yura, and I know that because it was considered a big deal when Elden Ring added it. What are you? Oh, you're dead now, apparently. Yes, Act. First game, remake, movie. That's the full extent of it. Didn't like the movie that much. Really liked the remake. I get a lot of flack for really liking the remake. I don't give a crap. It's a good game. Moving on. Oh, that sulfur problem. Now, if you want me to be unpopular, all I have to mention is that I didn't like the story of the first game, vanilla, or the original version. Because I didn't. So, if you want to hate me for it, there it is. Did I enjoy Mage in Morrowind? I mean, I would say Mage is mandatory in Morrowind, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, Ratchet... Let me go in. I can actually enumerate my problems with the story in Ratchet & Clank 1 very, very simply. And it's exactly what you just said, Act. Which is Ratchet is a total dickhole and then becomes a decent character at the end. And there's no transition and there's no character arc. It's just swap. Which was actually a really, really common thing back in the day when you didn't have the time to really have a character arc. Doesn't excuse it. It's just, that's the truth, right? That's a pretty common problem in a lot of games. Hell, that's a problem in shows and movies, too, and books. Yeah. Okay, I'm better now. I'm on your side. We received reports of an abandoned gold mine in the hills south of Griffinwing Keep. According to the locals, the mine's still capable of producing. It was abandoned because the threat of darkspawn attacks made the operation unfeasible. Should we dispatch soldiers to secure the place and guard any wagons that make their way to the keep, we could have a gold mine. Yes, please. There's a bit of a fight at the mine with bandits, apparently, not even darkspawn. Please report the darkspawn were cut down with relative ease. We've set up an outpost and recruited locals to begin mining the gold once again. Indeed, I'm told they're more than happy to do so, now that they are protected. We found some useful equipment. Cool. Let's gather metals, just to do it, just to get out of the way. There we go. Cool. Oh, we did it.
At your service.
Source of water. Yeah, do it. Okay, we have water. We found the Vargists. Send in the soldiers. Okay, Vargists are dead. Cool. Access the sulfur pits. Yeah, no, do it. Okay. What the? Someone just killed the question bot. Who killed the question bot? There we go. The wily bots have been destroyed. We fight on for everlasting peace. Least morally grave organization in fiction. The Nazis. How could you, Svatoslav? Although, actually, that would be on brand. So, why do we have to agree to missions when there's only one option? You know, I don't have a good answer for that, but I have to be honest, it would actually probably bother me if we couldn't. Just because it would be removing even more gameplay from the game, if that makes any sense. Like, there's already little enough gameplay, you know? Now, in an ideal world, instead of the war table, we'd have gameplay for the war table segments, or the sequences. Which would be awesome, actually, if done properly. Either, like in a truly, totally insane holodeck situation, it would probably be where the genre shifts to something else. Either something like an RTS, or a turn-based thing, or even just like a management thing, or, I don't know, maybe a choose-your-own-adventure style would be something a little bit more in the range of reasonability. Like, yeah, that sounds awesome. We've sent off such and such to go do, you know, this particular, to do this particular quest, and then we go and play as them while they go do that quest, right? I don't know, I think that'd be cool. Okay, least favorite morally gray organization. That's a little bit different. I don't know. That's too big, too big. You're asking me about every organization in all of fiction, and most of them are morally gray. So at that point, you're just asking me, what's your least favorite organization in fiction?
I'm not sure I want to know.
Look, I know you want as many negatives for this game as possible, Colgrim. Because Colgrim and Blade Travel have a bet going on how many positives or negatives this game will get. And that voice actor had trouble eating for the rest of that day. I'm not disagreeing with you, Colgrim. I just don't really think it deserves its own negative. I get your overall point, and I do think it is part of the problem with the war table. That looks like fun. I would know nothing about that, Svatoslav. Okay, so... just search for signs of Darkspawn. Is this another quest we're about to give up? Or we just killing Darkspawn? Is that our quest? Wander in this area and kill enemies? They're not in any place that makes sense or visible because they don't spawn until you're next to them, but just wander and kill enemies? Is that what we're doing here? Yeah, that's the meta joke. We've never really left the hinterlands, that's the problem. Because the overwhelming majority of the zones are designed like the hinterlands was designed. But I was just there, Wandering Doll. Okay. So hang on. So who would I be in Thetis? Honestly, I probably would be a janitor, but it wouldn't be called that. I would be some random pauper who cleans for some random other dude who is the second cousin of someone who's actually close to nobility. No, I know, Colgrim, it's just I never finished answering the Thetis question. I would be such an irrelevant nobody nothing, and if I was even remotely the same person as I currently am in real life, I would commit suicide inside of a week. Is it gonna let me... Okay. Is it not? I don't see it, Wandering Doll. I actually removed it, Ect, because I removed like 40 of those pins because the list of my games I'm interested in was getting too large. So I kind of started thinking, instead of just games I'm interested in, it's games I'm really interested in. So I kind of shrank that list quite a bit. So what would I be in Forgotten Realms? Now, in Forgotten Realms, I could sell my soul, which would be cool. I could also go into the wall, which is what would happen. Let's see, what else? Yeah, no, I'm going to stop there because it doesn't matter. what would happen in Forgotten Realms is I would be tossed into the wall. You've got to be kidding me, Wandering Doll. Okay. I could become a Mind Flayer and then be worse than dead. Well, that's not true. If my choices are to die permanently or to go into the wall, I'd probably take die permanently. So at that point, yeah, I would go ahead and willingly become a Mind Flayer so that I wouldn't go into the wall. And that would be my answer. Yeah, I think that would be what I would commit to. I'm afraid you are not stupid, Gum Gum, but you're incorrect. Dungeons and Dragons is a rule set. Forgotten Realms is a setting.
Do not smirk at me, recruit.
They don't really connect. Well, as a Mind Flayer me wouldn't know that I'm a Mind Flayer, yes.
No good. Can't cross here.
The dark spawn got through. I'll have to see what our people at Skyhold can do.
Cool. I actually know Forgotten Realms really, really well, but the problem is, at the end of the day, whenever I do inevitably die, I'm going into the wall. So, yeah, the only goal I would have in Forgotten Realms is to do anything that I can to avoid that fate. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of options there. There's permanently destroy my soul, like, you know, becoming a Mind Flayer, or becoming a deity myself. And that second one is while it's doable, it's a little harder to pull off than it sounds. Becoming a Lich just means elongating the inevitable. Eventually, every Lich does die. See, the problem is, and I have no nice way to put this, I couldn't become a follower of a deity. See, there's a concept in Forgotten Realms called false. If you are false, then you also can get stuck into the wall, or worse. And I couldn't actually worship any of the deities in Forgotten Realms, so I would, by definition, be false. So... Hey, Bamber. So I suppose, okay, so rather than instantly finding a Mind Flayer nest and getting my soul destroyed, what I would do is I would try to obtain deityhood. Now, you're probably thinking, there you go, that's perfect, awesome, right? No, as we've already described, being a deity in Forgotten Realms sucks. It's a job.
We'll hold the bridge against anything.
No dark spawn is coming through here.
And it's a job being hoisted upon you by an asshole. So... honestly, I still might take the Illithid thing at that point, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, AO is the asshole, yes. I actually just answered that question, Bamber. Immortals and semi-immortals only kick the problem down the road. They don't actually solve the problem. Like, put it to you this way. If I was going to go for deityhood, I would have to become a lich on my path to becoming a deityhood, because I would need to stay alive long enough to try and actually make that work. And then I would find some Netherese artifacts, and I'd blow up the Sword Coast, and it could be a whole thing. So, Fallout. What would I be in Fallout? I don't think any talent or skill I have, yes we do, Act, is worth a damn in the world of Fallout. So yeah, what I would be in Fallout is a corpse! I don't even have to commit suicide in Fallout. I can just go wander around like, I'm gonna go, you know, take a walk, stretch my legs. Ugh, death. There would be nothing there. If I was in a vault, oh god, that's even worse! Ah! Why, Anguished One? Oh, it's in the title. Never mind, it makes sense. No, the worst part is if I just wander out into the wastes, I might become a ghoul. Then I'd have to work at dying. The Water Baron. No, Hira. We're not even back on the main story quest yet. We might actually hit the MSQ today, Hira, but we're not there yet. Yeah, no, I'll just become a feral ghoul. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I'm guessing there's more. The Darkspawn will have the run of this place. Good. I'm just getting warmed up.
I don't even know, because the descent is long and Trespasser isn't short. You know? Like, even when we get back to the MSQ, which we'll probably barrel roll through once we get there, we still have 2 expansions to go through.
Someone should do something about that.
Oh yeah, that's...
That should stop the Darkspawn. These, anyway. I imagine there are a million more still underground.
The tunnel was open from the outside. Someone was digging here.
Are there no ogres in Inquisition? I suddenly have no memory of seeing any. So I don't know the Pathfinder setting at all. In fact, the only things I know about the Pathfinder setting are the bits of Kingmaker that I played. So, first question, is there a wall? Is there a false? And the consequences thereof. Okay. Cool. No, this is from Final Fantasy VII era. The Desert Prison, appropriately enough. So now that we have established that we do not have to immediately destroy our soul in order to survive in Pathfinder, whatever it's called.
That sounded bad.
So the first goal, obviously, is to avoid death at all costs. Even if I have to slaughter thousands and millions of innocent people with my bare hands. Or wait, shoot. Hang on, I was channeling Sylvanas there for a second. I apologize. So we need to figure out how to survive.
Venatori, I've been excavating. I take it breaking into Darkspawn tunnels wasn't part of the plan.
Darkspawn and Venatori. Aren't we lucky?
They'll be holed up somewhere if the Darkspawn didn't get them.
That's actually a really easy question to answer, Gum Gum. Licensing and copyright issues. To this day, it's actually still a muddied mess about who owns what exactly. It's one of the reasons why Forgotten Realms went off to do its own thing. I literally cannot summarize it because it's a colossal mess. So all I'll say is, it was a colossal mess, and move on. I do like not being condemned forever. That's always a benefit.
Darkspawn. A giant? This was a pretty good day.
You're welcome.
Were laborers. Someone must have been coordinating their efforts. I doubt they stuck around to fend off Darkspawn.
I mean, in fairness, going and finding a Nilithid to destroy my soul is not exactly an easy task in Forgotten Realms. It's just, you know, I know the setting well enough that I could probably make that happen.
For you.
That does sound terrible, Loner.
More trained giants. Just what I was hoping never to see again.
true, Loner. I'm not sure which is worse, but it is true. That's terrible. Can we, like, avoid Pathfinder? It's sounding like a I'd rather die setting the more I hear about it. Can we just not? Well, I've seen Dorian's Companion quest, and the Iron Bull and Dorian have had some romantic banter, but like the very beginnings of it, like three dialogues total. Let me guess. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous has to deal with that anguished one. Just random guess, because I happen to know that there's a mechanic in that game called a crusade.
Take a closer look.
Hey, look, there's something here. Thank God I took a closer look. Oh, that sounds great, Fulgrim. There's nothing I love more than dying and then sitting in limbo for literal years. If I wanted to have that, I'd just stay alive.
Do you think Corypheus will hear about this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
Just haunt my family. Hey, so, yeah, I'm dead. Sup? Okay, so, tell me about the latest Star Trek episode. Oh god, it's back to Shantae.
I think Blackwall would have liked to have been here for this.
Well, it sucks to be him then, doesn't it? Close returning to world. Ah! Okay. Hang on. No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. All I have to do is avoid being used as fuel, and I'm fine. The DOS 2 world. Oh, for God's sakes! Pokemon. Oh, thank God, a world that's not horrifically awful.
One less crazy Vint in the world. Makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Cyberpunk. In Cyberpunk, it would be really easy to die. That's the funny part. I could go down to my local vending machine with a couple of euros, buy a gun, and just shoot myself. Just bam, done. I already answered Thetis. FF14? So I actually cannot answer the FF14 question without spoiling that game, so I'm going to skip over that one. To a champ. I want you to imagine that. Okay, boom, you're in the cyberpunk setting, okay? You're in cyberpunk. I'm like, oh god, I'm in cyberpunk. Quick, buy a gun. Click. Click, click, click. Dang it. Okay, hang on. I don't have the money for bullets. So you go and try to hold someone up with a gun that has no bullets. That doesn't work. So you end up like trying to like scavenge some money from something somewhere. You finally get the money for the bullets. The bullet you get a couple of bullets because you only afford like 3 bullets. You get 3 bullets in. Okay, cool. And it doesn't fire. Like it actually just misfires. And it's like God damn it. Okay. Okay, I've got it. You could try Mike Romano. It depends on your cool stat. In fairness, I would have a very high cool stat. That's not bragging. It's kind of the charisma equivalent in Cyberpunk. So, oops. There we go. That's true. Ziad's right. We could get one of the plastic guns. Yeah, let's avoid being put into VR prison, which is worse than real prison in every way. No, really. The Alien setting, which is also the Predator setting, which is also the Blade Runner setting.
It's one of the mages Cassandra is after.
I'm trying to think.
For Cassandra to worry about.
I think you could kill yourself very, very quickly in the Alien setting. I think that's a doable thing. And not even in a horrible way. Like, most people, statistically speaking, don't get xenomorphed, you know? Hopefully.
No good. We'll have to find another way.
You know, honestly, I used to like the idea of that particular shared universe, Ludo. But as I get older, I have slowly... You can make fun of me for this. I have slowly become aware of the fact that, you know, continuity is not good. But good continuity is good. And frankly, I agree that there's not really good continuity connecting Predator, Blade Runner, and Alien. So... kind of with you on that. I haven't actually seen it yet, Von Falkenstein, so I'm not sure. Do you really, really want to die? Is that what this is? Go away. Now, there's actually a variant on the if you live in a place question, which, for the record, is tier 1 or 2. Probably tier 2. And that would be, is anybody coming with me? No offense, but if I just get teleported by myself into just about any fictional setting, there's a reason my first default answer is to try and immediately die as quickly and as thoroughly as possible to ensure I avoid some of the fates worse than death. Because if I'm there without my family and friends, I don't really have a lot of reason to not die. You know? So if we change the question around to, you know, everybody comes with me, well, that changes it substantially. Well, that's irritating. And it's dead. Get amnesia. That would be terrible. Fate worse than death, as the saying goes. Gotta get as many of those fates worse than death as possible. That's life. That's how it is. Why is this quest not done? I've killed Service. Hold on. I've killed this person. I can't warp up there. Okay, Mass Effect setting, but everyone comes with me. So first of all, streaming would probably be a feasible job in Mass Effect for the same general reason it is in Star Trek, just lower tier and lower tech. So probably like a streamer on the Citadel, or a streamer for a single planet, as opposed to a streamer, you know, intergalactically. Well, that gets into some philosophical questions, doesn't it, Egg? I think you're absolutely right, because I killed this guy already. I know I killed him. Which, you know... Let me just open the gate here. There we go. we know surprisingly little about it, Ross. So I don't have a definitive answer for you there. See, I'm trying to decide where I would want to live in Mass Effect. Because I would not want to live on the Citadel. Like, you'd be thinking, oh, but the Citadel's awesome. Problem here is I don't really have a better spot. Like in Star Wars or Star Trek, or honestly a lot of settings, there's usually at least one place which is a nice place to live, right? But like, I'm not sure if there's a nice place to live in Mass Effect. I was actually thinking of Ilum. The problem with Ilum is, well, obvious. The obvious problem exists with Ilum. Oh yeah, let's go to Horizon. That's a great idea. What's with those bugs in the air? And I'm a slushie. I mean, even ignoring that, anybody trying to settle in the Traverse has the same general problem. Right?
One less crazy Vint in the world. Makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Hey, there we go. That shouldn't have worked. But I don't care. The quest is completed. Yeah, we have enough corporations running the world in real life. I don't really want to live in a place where the corporations have complete carte blanche. Actually, believe it or not, it would be Ryza. Ross. Bajor would be a second pick, though. I actually fully agree with that. Bajor would be a really good, ironically, colony world. So, I don't know if I'd enjoy living on a spaceship. I kind of can't tell that, because I've never existed in such a situation. I will say that I crave sunlight. That's not a... Like I'm not making that up. You know, I call myself the sun vampire, but I'm kind of being serious. I need sun and air and, you know, that kind of thing in my life. Okay. Listen, as much as I love having sex with Asari, Naboo, and timeline's a little bit trickier, but probably before the prequel trilogy if I had to pick someplace. Yeah, Naboo is kind of the paradise world of Star Wars. It's got its own issues, as all places do, but those issues are small and you know, dealable. I mean, it's honestly very Blade Runner-y. I don't want to say fully dystopian, but it definitely seems to be lending itself towards that direction. Act. Like, kind of Borderlands is actually what it reminds me of, now that I'm saying it out loud. Horror or truce? Truce. Gotta think about that, though.
Inquisitor, if you have a moment.
I do not. But thanks for that. I love how it's not even updating that I'm doing the quest. It is updating, but like nothing anywhere. There's a genuine absence of feedback here. This is insanity.
The end must be nearby.
Hey, it updated. Holy crap. I'm actually shocked about that. Honestly, I think I would still go with streamer in Mass Effect. Sorry, I've been chewing on that for a minute. Because I was thinking about the jobs question that kind of started all this. But I don't think there's anything I could do in Mass Effect that I would want to do more than this. Nice place, by the way. Just chain yourself up and torture yourself to try and attract spirits to you. By the way, according to that book, it didn't even work. So that's cool. Oh yeah, no, the cycle's broken, X. The Reapers are all dead. Or, you know, worse than dead. No, I think I could avoid that, Shadow Machine. The real question is, where do I live? Which I've never really come up with an answer for Mass Effect. I suppose I would just live in the Citadel. I don't have a better option than that. That would be really creepy and horrible, and I'd have to make sure that it happens, you know, at the right time. Like, if I'm just on the Citadel streaming and I suddenly hear word that there's this new commander who's just been made a Spectre, I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, cool. So I'll take up my family, and we're immediately going to take all the money we've saved up to that point and, like, carve a hole out of the most nowhere-nothing planet in the galaxy and then just sit there for a few years. When everything's done, we'll be back. I just need a little more money, Shadow Machine. That's really funny. I think that's actually it. Yep, okay. We did it. We finished the zone. Yeah, we need to buy a place in Andromeda. So I would do the MSQ, but we've got 5,000 more zones to do. No, I'm joking. God, that would be just... There is actually a quest we haven't done, but it's being weird, and honestly, screw that quest. So we have actually swept the zone. We're done, we're done. We've actually already done the Hissing Wastes. We've completed the Hissing Wastes. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, let's not even get into that, Bragwin. We might just stay holed up in that bunker. Forever. Oh God, Wandering Doll, what? What aren't we doing? Actually, I think we're pretty thorough with the Hissing Wastes. Yeah, all we have left is the landmarks. Game. Really? You're just delaying my ability to see the map by virtue of existing. Well, now you're in pieces. Oh, the Frederick Tracy. I don't know where to do the quest. The guide I have doesn't tell me where to do the quest. The guy himself gives me a giant area to search, and I have no idea what to look for. Okay. I give up. I cannot... Why? What? Why did those happen behind me? I'm even facing this... Okay, whatever. So as you can see, we have swept. And you probably think, but there's an exclamation mark. No, it's a requisition officer. Those are procedural. Those don't count. So we have swept the hissing wastes. Wolfenstein. So there's no Jewish ancestry in my bloodline. But, no thank you.
Supplies for one Frederick of Serald. Convenient.
What? Why did I get that here? What? The game really wants me to do this quest. You notice it gave me all but one. It's like teasing me. It's like, you know, if you finish this quest, you know, you're right there. You can waste more time on this and not do the MSQ. Think about it. Think about it. The Elder Scrolls setting. There's another Afterlife sucks kind of a setting. A lot of Afterlives suck in settings. Have you noticed that? Someone killed the music. Got a machine. Was that you? I was actually thinking about that. What if we rewrote the rules of this equation? Because so many of these questions are completely destroyed by the fact that you always have to consider the afterlife into the equation, like Forgotten Realms, right? So hang on, hang on. What if, anytime you're in a given setting, the afterlife is actually just hopping to another setting? That removes all of the negatives of a lot of these settings just in one quick thing. Because if you do end up dying, well, that sucks, but now you move over to another setting. We were just talking about how much it would suck to be in the Wolfenstein setting if you had Jewish ancestry, Wandering Doll. Which I do not. To my knowledge. I should probably add that point there, to my knowledge. I've never particularly looked into it. Jump chain. I like it. The best part is if you end up in a setting you don't like, you just immediately kill yourself and re-roll the dice. Oh yeah, tons, act. Primarily. I have no idea if there's any specific Slavic ancestry in me. I'm gonna go ahead and admit that I don't care that much, so I've never looked into it that much. Can't commit suicide. Why not? It's okay. I'm not committing suicide. I'm just wandering outdoors into the radiated hellscape by myself while having several slabs of meat tied to my shoulders. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god, the pathologic universe. Yeah, that's definitely worse than death territory. It's okay. And we're out. No, there has to be a suicide option. There has to be a suicide option. First of all, because it's a little bit too hard to define suicide in such a manner. But second of all, because, like, that sort of defeats the point. There we go. I just had to go to this one random camp in the middle of BF nowhere, on the edge of the zone, in order to find these research materials. This had better be the best quest in the game, Wandering Doll. See, the problem is, I'm trying to get away from the punishment angle here, Cloakrum. So, hear me out for a second. I have a way for death to matter and still allow for suicide. You ready for this? Once you're done with the setting, you can't go back to it. You get one shot. You know, hardcore mode, right? Which, you're probably thinking, what's the point of that? Well, the point is, if you do land on a setting you do want and you care about, then you really, really want to avoid dying. And so you kind of have a built-in, baked-in desire to not die. And if you hit a setting you don't like, I mean, you can give it a shot. Like, okay, Fallout, right? Fallout sucks, but I have to admit, if I knew that I would be able to move on somewhere else, I would at least be willing to give Fallout a try. My God, would you stop? You've been following me! Die! Just die! You don't matter! No one will ever notice you existed in 5 seconds, as you've just been trying to keep me in aggro for that long, because there's no leash radius in this game, because the people who coded this game were monkeys! So, I would be willing to give it a go at the Fallout setting, because then, you know, why not, essentially, is the question, right? Why not make an effort of it? Cyberpunk is a similar example. Why not actually go for it? At least, that's my mentality.
Ah, fellow researcher, how can I help you?
There's only one Fallout. Fallout 3. And also New Vegas.
I have the supplies you were waiting for right here.
Now that I have my recipes back, I'll be able to concoct a bait the High Dragon cannot resist. I have most of what I need, but I still need to gather Quillback intestines and a Phoenix's tail.
You've got to be kidding me.
We'll have to speak some other time.
You're giving me another fetch quest. The best part is the thing I just killed was a Quillback. I'm blaming all of this on Wandering Doll. All of this. 100%. Alright, where was that stupid Quillback that I finally killed? Here, there it is. That's Quillback leather. That's not what I wanted. Great. Hang on. So first of all, I obviously don't agree with that, Lord Harriman. But second of all, remember that I said that one of the provisos was my family has to be coming with me. Otherwise, there's no reason to live at all. In any setting, right? So, what if my family doesn't particularly want to commit suicide to come with me? Or, put it a different way, what if none of us moves forward until all of us have died? Now we always end up in the new target, but yeah, you see how this instantly becomes problematic. This instant becomes something that's like, okay, and now we have a completely different motivational fabric here. I would say ideally, for various reasons, we probably can't even watch. We just have no consciousness. It's just, we die, and then we wake up in the new setting, but for them it's been 20 years or whatever, right? Yeah, exactly. Dreamless sleep. Bingo. So, you know, let's go back to Fallout. Because I keep going to Fallout because I know the setting pretty well. I've done a couple low runs on it. And it's a pretty terrible setting. It would be an awful place to live. So, at that point, all of a sudden the goal becomes try to make, you know, everyday life as least unpleasant as possible. That probably means beelining it for the West Coast to try and get in with the NCR, where they have things like running plumbing, for example. But it could also mean trying to get involved with the Institute on the East Coast. problem is, there's no just joining the Institute, right? Like, what the hell do I have that they care about? The only reason that we were able to do that in Fallout 4 is because of, let's be honest with ourselves, bad writing. We have information that they may or may not care about and may or may not be detailed enough for them to care about. And let's ignore the fact that most of the Institute people are extraordinarily elitist towards anybody who is non-Institute, which would include me. So while the Institute may seem like an easy answer, it might not even be possible. And if we poke the bear that is the Institute, they may come after us for our knowledge, trying to figure out how we know all this stuff. And, well, now we've just made an enemy that is substantially more invested and technologically advanced than we are. So now we have a problem. This is why I mentioned West Coast. I feel like, personally, the Institute is just too risky for the rewards available. I mean, it'd be nice to live in, like, a little sci-fi setting thing, but no. I don't think that's worth the effort. I really don't. So, West Coast. Now, there's actually a couple options on the West Coast. Someone actually just mentioned the Follower of the Apocalypse. They're decent folk, but I'm not sure they would really be willing to give, or even capable, excuse me, of giving my family a good life, or at least as good as it's getting. So that might not be on the table. Then there's Mr. House. He's kind of a tricky one, since his big shtick is he just wants everything to be nice and neat and tidy. And as long as it is, we're fine. The big MT would be great right up until they start ripping my eyeballs out to see how I can know things that they don't know. I don't think I'd go with the big MT. And of course, then there's the NCR, which is the obvious option there. But either way, yeah, House and the NCR would probably be the two options there, and with their own particular detriments, but and that would be the answer. And you can see why I added these weird provisos to this question. Because if you ask me, hey, Laura, you're in Fallout, what do you do? My answer is, I immediately kill myself, because there's no other answer. But if we bake in the respawn mechanic and the investment of the family mechanic, all of a sudden we have something to debate, and it becomes a mental thought exercise. Also a good idea, Lord Adamant. Very good idea. So, okay, let's assume we manage it. We get to the NCR. You know, we keep our head to the ground. We find out that one of the Chosen Ones is... Or not the Chosen, excuse me. The guy in... God, what's his name? The Courier. The Courier's making rounds. He's an evil playthrough Courier. Crap, okay. Bad stuff happens. We die. Where do we go next? Oh god, we could become a walkthrough for the Courier. There's a thought. Oh my god, would you please drop your intestines? What is this? Wow, vanilla? Agreed, Blood to all. Side with the Legion. No, I'd rather die. Also, the majority of my family is female. So, that's kind of an automatic no. I'm gonna look this up really quick to see if there's some trick to this that I don't know. Hang on, Lord Harriman. Give me a sec, give me a sec. 3 years, that's not a lot of time. Yeah, no, it's just kill quillbacks until they drop it. That's all there is. They just are not dropping their intestines. Honestly, I agree with that, Shadow Machine. That would be a really bizarre choice from a gameplay design perspective, but it just makes too much sense in lore. The Legion really should not allow a female player to join them at all. What do you mean, Colgrim? Is this Twilight Princess? It is. Good song, I agree. Breeding, Gum, is the simple answer there. Yes, the third war is Warcraft 3. As is appropriate, the first war is Warcraft 1, and the second war is Warcraft 2. The fourth war, I don't give a damn what they call it. That's not the fourth war. Okay, so hold on. So, Warcraft, 3 years before the third war. I actually need to look up something really quick here. Give me a second. Oh, so in other words, you have to earn the respawn, is what you're saying, Colbrum. Interesting. That could suck in some cases, but honestly, what could happen then in some cases is I'll just be like, alright, I'll put up with the 3 years of nightmarish hell horror. You guys go ahead and sleep. Okay. So, let's get into some specifics here. 3 years before the Third War is when the Scourge was first forming, the Cult of the Damned. This is also when Quel'Thalas and Stromgarde left the Alliance. Hey, intestines! Holy crap. That's also when Day of the Dragons happens, aka the final destruction of the Dragon Soul. Let's assume Tier 3, Lord Haramont. At that point, we become capable of doing things like having magic and leveling and blah, 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 blah. Having said that, we obviously wouldn't be the PC, but I feel like it would be possible to learn... In Warcraft, anybody can cast magic, right? There's no being born into it. It's a learned trait. So I could become a priest or a warlock or a mage of any type if I wanted to. Or a shaman. Or a druid. You get the idea.
After more than 30 days, I have yet to observe the abyssal high dragon in... Oh, yes? Can I assist you?
1 tail feather and 1 batch of intestines. As requested.
My friend, you are invaluable. I will certainly note your assistance in my monograph on the High Dragon. I will attempt to lure her out as soon as my background research is complete. Mistakes could be deadly. The ancient Tevinters wrote volumes on the study of dragons. I believe they had a laboratory in this desert. If only their work had not been lost. Truly, the Blights set the field of Dragonology back centuries. Deplorable.
Yeah, that's cool. So I found it.
I found this manuscript on dragons in an ancient Tevinter laboratory. Will it help you?
What remarkable diagrams. Are these chambers of the draconic heart? Oh, if only I could read the script. Do you perhaps know a linguist? Or a Tevinter historian?
Don't look at me. Nobody's spoken that form of Tveen in 700 years.
I don't, but the Inquisition might. I'll speak to our specialists. We'll have to speak some other time.
I hate you, game. I hate you. I want you to know that. I want somewhere in the depths of your existence to know that I was willing to give this zone a decent score until I started doing this quest chain. Which is why we're doing it, by the way. This quest is just the worst. It's a random, just completely random, good luck figuring it out drop quest, followed by a low drop rate drop quest, followed by a go find a specific, like, item somewhere in the world, which thankfully we already did because we already swept the whole zone. Then we have to go to a war table. Which, by the way, if you're not really thinking about this, please understand that this is the opposite of what this should be. The war table thing should be first. You shouldn't have, at the end of a quest time, a time thing, right? Like, you get the idea here, right? Because remember, we're going to do this instantaneously, but in the game, this would take a half an hour or 40 minutes or whatever the hell the actual timer is, right? So you want this at the beginning, then you go do the zone while the timer's ticking. Then you go turn it in. Putting it at the end just maximizes the padding, which is probably exactly what they were thinking about. Okay. 16 hours? Hold on. Let's look this up. Because there's data on these things. Yep. 5 power. It doesn't look like it's listing how long it takes. Damn. Let's see if we can find it somewhere else. Hang on a sec. That might be why I can't find it, Blade Duval. I suppose that makes sense. Most of the power spenders tend to be instant. Or very, very close. I believe you. I believe you. Also, I want you to think about the physical trek we'd have to do to go from the Western Reaches to Skyhold, and then back. In lore. I do know there's more than 24-hour timetable stuff. I just don't know the specifics.
Oh, my fellow researcher. What can I do for you?
No, I agree with that, Act.
My people have translated that Tevinter manuscript.
Studies on dragon hunting patterns. Migrations. Durant's theory that dragons can't see the color blue is refuted. Now, I need to determine the appropriate spots so the lures can be planted. If you've observed anything, perhaps Gurn with the claw and burn marks of a dragon attack, I would be glad to hear of it.
I swear to freaking God.
We'll have to speak some other time.
What's funny is this feels like the prime opt for this particular zone. That is to say, the regional. Hang on. So, what do you want me to do here? Am I blind? I don't even see it.
What was that? Oh, my fellow researcher. What can I do for you?
You studied...
I would be most interested...
We'll have...
Hunting patterns. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. Now it's on the thing. Okay, there we go. So Warcraft. Obviously, I'm human. So we picked Tier 3. I know you checked the website, but for anybody who didn't check the website, Tier 3 means you are acclimated to the setting.
Let's take a look.
It doesn't mean you automatically gain superpowers, but for example, you, a regular human being, cannot use the Force. You cannot use magic in Final Fantasy XIV setting. You probably would die from various diseases that don't exist, and vice versa, right? Like, there's a lot of little quality of life changes that come along with Tier 3 that allow you to then operate the same way that the setting does. Make sense? But you're still a human. So, being human, our choices are somewhat limited.
Quillback guts. Fantastic. Are we really doing this?
Yeah, exactly, Lord Hermon. No, we upped it to Tier 3, because if we're doing Tier 2, well, again, to use the example, we couldn't do much in a lot of settings like Warcraft. Tier 4 allows you to customize yourself upon entry. So at that point, we could suddenly become a Draenei or a Night Elf or whatever the hell else. So, the obvious choice for Tier 3 is Dalaran. I know that it's about to go through some times, and is still recovering from the Second War, but I don't see another real option there. Especially if we wanted to, especially if we wanted to, you know, study and learn magic. Any of us. If anybody in the party, you know, my family, and friends, and viewers, and the entire planet Earth, if we wanted to learn magic, Dalaran's the option for a human, right? Essentially, yes, Loner. It means you are acclimated to the setting, is how I like to phrase that. So, we go to Dalaran. We have magic, or we can start learning magic. The problem is, while Dalaran is actually open to everyone, that's not... We would have to catch someone's eye, essentially. We would have to gain a patron. Now, I know a lot about Warcraft lore off the top of my head. I could probably give you a Warcraft lore run right now, just from memory. So there's a decent chance I could probably get the eye of some historian somewhere and be able to get, you know, someone to be able to shack us up and give us the resources, supplies, and connections we need to actually be somebody in Dalaran. But even that's not really a big guarantee. So we would probably have to also see how well all of us who are willing to do it takes to being mages. I would study arcane magic personally, for a lot of reasons, not the least of which being that kind of orderly magic is probably the kind of thing that would work very well in my head. So I would probably be a good arcane mage. I know Warcraft lore better than I know anything else, including Star Trek, Gum. Yeah, don't forget, Dalaran is also going to get knocked over in about 3 years, so we got to keep that in mind. And it's not going to be rebuilt for another 7 years after that. Now, we could conveniently be away and then come back and help with the rebuilding effort, assuming we're not able to stop Archimonde, which is very possible. As Lord Hermont rightly pointed out, 3 years prior to the Third War means the first Lich King is already in Northrend. The Scourge have already conquered the Nerubians up north, right? Like, the Burning Legion's plans for the second invasion are already well underway. By that point, Thrall would have already started gathering together the forces of the Orcs to try and rescue them from the internment camps. Look, you gotta have, oh god, what's that called? Compartmentalization, Colgrim. I'm sorry, TSB. That's funny. How much can you change the timeline? Good question. So, hypothetically, in this situation, like, if we had infinite power, we could change it however much. But here's the real question. How much power would some random dude who just started studying magic a couple years ago have to affect the setting? Because I know that the Burning Legion invasion is happening. I know that the plague that they've been seeing the outer signs of on the northern villages is part of the Undead Scourge. I know all kinds of things. But knowledge doesn't necessarily equate to power, despite what people would like to have you believe. So, would anybody listen to me, is the real question. And even if people are willing to listen to me, who can I tell who would have the ability to do anything about it? Having said all that, I know one person I would reach out to specifically, and I mean this. Arthas. What I would probably do is I like how Bragwin got there right with me. I would probably try to reach out to the most esteemed Miss Proudmoore. I'm already in Dalaran. And she has a brain. And she would recognize that I'm not just spouting off like some mad prophet. And I would probably try to connect between Jaina to Arthas. And try to get a hold of both of them and try to, get them on my side, for lack of a better way to put it, and get them forewarned about what's coming. Yeah, arguably it's bad writing. Medivh's biggest problem was he walked up and was like, "You're all doomed! Everyone's gonna die!" There's better ways to try and convey this information. And then I become a raid boss.
Duran's theory of high dragon behavior is absurd, but... Oh, yes? Did you need something?
Yep.
I've spotted several dragon signs around the approach.
Most excellent, my friend. I don't suppose you noted the wound pattern? No matter, I'll look into that later. Andrast is mercy. From what I can tell, the dragon has been moving east and will be scouring the wastes next. Naturally, the dragon's hunting ground is full of miscreants. White Claw raiders. They've covered the area in traps for Maker only knows reasons. Quite a mess.
We'll have to speak some other time.
You kidding me with this crap? Also, pro tip, this is not east. No, yeah, even if Arthas doesn't fall, and even if we get Jaina Proudmoore and her forces, and basically build the Theramore expedition early, which is probably what I'd be working towards, the Scourge is still going to happen. The northern kingdoms are probably still going to get knocked over. It's just the specific events are going to go a little bit differently. Wow, do you like how that didn't show up on a ping, so I just had to see that? That's cool. And the Burning Legion invasion will probably still happen. Kel'Thuzad was already working and generating the Scourge at the point at which we'd start. He was already working for the Lich King, the first Lich King, I think about a year prior to those events. Oh, the kingdom's doomed. Yeah. That's gone. And that is the problem. Convincing Arthas to flee is unlikely. The only possible argument I think would have a chance of working is trying to convince him to evacuate his kingdom, evacuate his people. It is specifically his love for his people which eventually doomed him, yada yada yada. So, if we could convince him to do a large-scale evacuation, that might work. But that runs into the problems of the logistics of what that scale of an evacuation would take. And that's even assuming he's able to get the authority necessary to make people agree with it. So, possible? But still, like, hurdle after hurdle after hurdle, right? And where would the people go? Well, unfortunately, the answer there is Kalimdor. And that is not a fun trip. That is a multi-week journey by sea across a vast and mostly uncharted ocean at that point in history. And there's the Maelstrom right in the middle. I still think I would try to reach out to Arthas. I would. At the very least, I feel like it would be a worthwhile endeavor to let him be a little bit forewarned. Assuming he even listens to me. I think I would have a much likelier chance of getting Jaina on my side. Probably Thrall, too, if I could find him. That would be the tricky part with Thrall. My inventory's full. Yeah. Why would Thrall listen to a human mage? A good question. But I would be more than capable of telling Thrall all kinds of things, which would make him inclined to at least listen to me. Oh my god, that's a good point. We have a 90 inventory cap because we spent points on that, and we... Have we given a negative for that? We did in the previous games. So we should here as well. Only giving the one, but we did give that negative to the previous 2 games, so... I know there's a vendor here. There you are. Exactly, Lord Harrimont. So reaching out to Thrall would probably be the last step there. So probably spend a couple of years just doing everything I can do to try and learn as much arcane magic as possible. I don't know what level equivalent I would be able to reach, but that's the goal. Be able to be something other than a level 0 commoner, right? At the very least, having a couple of teleports would be nice, but who knows if we'd even manage that. Portals, excuse me, not teleports. Oh, right, I was gonna do that. Okay. That's a...
I've got a special deal for you.
And we summon a demon. Sweet! Exactly what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's another thing. As weird as it may sound, avoiding the attention of the Legion would be a huge priority. Because the Legion would probably be smart enough to recognize that I know things I shouldn't. And they have some very creative ways of interrogating people.
Oh, my fellow researcher, what can I do for you?
The raiders are no longer in the way.
I've made note of the appropriate spots in the wastes for you to place lures. Place this bait, and then wait. It will be a momentous achievement in Dragonology.
I'm off to plant the bait for the High Dragon.
I cannot wait to hear your observations. You must make note of how she circles the hunting area.
We'll have to speak some other time.
Ironically, you're quite correct, Lord Harrimont. Here's the question. Do I think, in lore, I have the willpower to sufficiently use fel magic without falling to it? And that's a gamble. That's a hell of a gamble right there. For the record, yes, I absolutely do think I have that kind of willpower. I have extremely strong willpower. I still probably wouldn't go for it. It's just, the consequences and risks of that are just insanity. And worse. So yeah, Arcane, like I said. Yeah, all it takes is one bad day.
You're the best.
You're welcome. Where is he? Oh, I suppose I should actually get the in-game music going for once. Exactly, Svatoslav. And think about how much willpower I have to use to not do that every day. Hey, Justin. Okay, really? There he is. Alright, this was definitely worth all the effort we just put into making this thing happen. Yep, I'm very impressed, game. Can we get on with this, please? Howdy ho, neighborino. I would agree with you, Lord Harrimont. From what little we know about how oh god, it's resistant to fire. How little we know about how light magic actually operates, a lot of it relies on pure faith. And, well, I don't have a lot of that. There's a reason I immediately defaulted to Arcane. I've thought about this. power is? I have no idea, Gum Gum. I mean, we do know that it's possible to be evil and use the light. There's tons of examples of that. But we also know that that can lead to some wonky stuff really quickly. This is entering the realm of hypothetical, but there is evidence to indicate that the light kind of, in Warcraft, kind of operates how I wanted the Force to operate back in Star Wars. The feedback loop, right? I mean, have you noticed how some of the more evil light users kind of get worse the more they do it? So, that could be a thing, too. We also know that if you lose faith, you do lose your powers. We saw that with Tyrion. More severe, more extreme. Whoops. I accidentally butchered the dragon. Hey, there it is. Oh, that's gone. Didn't mean to. Sorry, my bad. I'll make it up to you. There you go. I don't know if I'd say dragons are badly designed. I'd say dragons are the best designed bosses in this game, and that's kind of an insult.
Of course, Duran's theory of high dragon behavior is absurd, but... Oh, yes? Did you need something?
The High Dragon attacked me when I planted the bait. I'm afraid it's dead.
She attacked? How wonderful! You had a first-hand view of her behavior. Did you take any notes on her aggressive posturing? I suppose you wouldn't have. No matter. I should very much like to interview you. At a later time, of course. I could join your Inquisition. My expertise could be of use, and your scouts could help me find other specimens.
Certainly. I'm sure the Inquisition could use a Dragonologist.
Excellent. I'm sure my research will be of great use to you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Gathered assembly. We did it. We have finished the open world garbage. Oh my goodness. It's okay. There's no additional zones. There's no more anything. We're done. We're done. We did it. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. We already did Jaws of Hakan. So, no, when I say we're done with it, I mean it. Oh, right. I mean, it's possible there's another zone I'm forgetting, but I don't think there is. Here, let me actually pull up the map list really quick. Let's check here. So, Hinterlands is done. Stormcoast is done. Palomyra is done. Crestwood is done. Emprise de Lyon is actually not quite done. There's one last thing we need to do at Emprise de Lyon. I'll figure that out in a minute. Hissing Waste is done. Emerald Graves is done. Exalted Plains is done. Western Approach is done. The only things left listed are the Frostback Basin, which is done. The Villa Morel, I don't know what that is. The Chateau d'Enterre, which I don't know what that is. The Still Runes, Cora Cavis, the Winter Palace, and the Lost Temple of Dirthamen. I don't actually know what any of those are.
Can I help you?
No. Piss off or die. Hang on. As I just hinted at, there's actually one last thing here. Yeah, this thing. Which didn't work for some reason. What do you mean in Storm Coast? Because I thought we did that. Yeah, because if you mean this extra area, we've done this. We did this. We even killed the dragon at the end of it. The Calpurnia thing. I definitely know what that is.
How far?
Word for you.
I don't have time.
Yes.
That's a good question. I'm off trying to prepare for the coming of the Burning Legion. What the hell is my family doing? Congrats, Lord Herma.
No trouble.
So the obvious answer is whatever they want to. Like, I don't control them. They have their own lives they can live. Having said that, obviously one of the first things I would try to do is be able to access and get a hold of Pandaria. For reasons I don't even feel the need to elaborate on. Like, getting a house in Pandaria would be one of the highest priorities for me. The problem with that is the Mists are still protecting Pandaria up until the Cataclysm, which is specifically the thing that removed the Mists finally. And that's problematic. Because not only do we not want the Cataclysm to happen, because the Cataclysm is called the freaking Cataclysm for a reason, but then we add on to that the fact that, well, that implies that it will take that level of that kind of power, you know, quite literally continent-moving power, in order to be able to reveal the Mists, which is not great. I mean, Chen was trying to reach Pandaria for a while too, remember? That was kind of his shtick.
Let's take a look.
But no, Chen is correct. Chen Storm style. This is a gift from my sister, Justin. Varian's been around since... a while. But I'm actually trying to think of the timeline to figure out exactly when he was born. In game, in real life terms, Varian was not a character until Wrath of the Lich King. Even though he was in the game in vanilla, he was a non-entity. In fact, he didn't even have a name. No, Lord Harriman. Third War, they were still having issues down in Stormwind with actually rebuilding the damn place. Yeah, no, Lady Prestor didn't show up until relatively more recently. Having said that, I think the real way to narrow that down, to nail that down, excuse me, would be to look at when exactly the stonemasons rebuilt Stormwind, because when that was being ordered, what the hell was that? When that was being ordered, she was now part of the Noble Court.
I think Blackwall would have liked to have been here for this.
Well, it sucks to be him then, doesn't it? The idea was the dreamless sleep concept. So, like, if my sister dies, well, then she will wake up as soon as we're in the new world. Even if it's like 10, 20, or 50, or 100 years for the rest of us. I should mention there's probably a caveat to that. If it's a setting that allows for resurrection, resurrection should probably be on the table. And, coincidentally, Warcraft allows for resurrection. So if we end up in Azeroth, and, you know, my sister dies, getting her back up is an option. Same with me. If I go down, you know, they can undead me or resurrect me. Both are on the table. The best part is, if they have to undead me, they don't even have to ask first. They know I'm down for that. Let's go! I'm joking. But, still, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Mama, should we raise, you know, Uncle Lore as a lich? Yeah, it's what he'd really want.
I think Blackwall would have liked to have been here for this.
I mean, theoretically, yes, it would be difficult, it would be time-consuming, and it would be costly. But it is possible to just stay in some settings. So how many wars have both the Alliance and the Horde been in, facing each other, or is it a world war where it involves more than one continent? I'm sorry, those are two very separate questions. Help me out here, Gum Gum. Either way, the first question, how many wars have the Horde and Alliance been in? Get this out of the way, there are multiple Hordes and multiple Alliances. So to simplify the question, I will say how many wars have every Horde and every Alliance been in which case... Four. Although one of those is kind of asterisk-y, but it counts as much as it's going to. Have they both at each other many times? Or is it like counting war like the Grey War? I'm sorry, help me out here, Gum Gum. So we should have gotten a war table mission for this, shouldn't we? You know, to be able to get over there. Right? Like, we went over there, but we can fly.
We might be able to rebuild this.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what we needed. Oh, no, their conflict has been on and off. Let's put it into that terminology. I mean, there's real-life places that are worse than that? Oh, yeah. That's a good question, Act. If we had the proviso that you can't go to the same place twice, then the hypothetical answer would just be roll of a dice, right?
Heard you found something that had to do with wardens. Would have liked to have seen it.
Sucks to be you.
Nothing right now. Perhaps in a bit.
Quest complete.
Yes?
Nothing right now. Perhaps in a bit.
Quest complete. Again. For some
He's
reason.
doing so much. I should ride to join him.
I mean, that would be the detriment act. Okay, we're in Elden Ring. Oh, God. Here, have some town music while I do some inventory stuff. That would be amusing, Act. Scarlet Rot transmits between settings. No! Oh, God, that would be so terrible. Yes, have Hakon's wisdom, Solus. Yes, all of it, Gumgum. Or, whoops. Is it? Oh, dang it. Yeah, I think that's everyone. Which means we can just toss everything else.
Fairbanks would find me. He'd see my spirit.
Toss all the rest of this crap. I actually agree with you, Geludo. Which brings me finally to Geludo's question. If I could reboot the whole game, what would I do? Like the whole series. I have been thinking about that. I know, weird. And the more I think about it, the more I think that I would either start the franchise with Inquisition and just accept all of the retcons as part of the reboot, or, like, start it with the same general idea, the Mage-Templar War, either at its conclusory elements or having just finished. Yeah, the Darkspawn need to be a little bit more toned down, pull up the Tevinter Kunari threat a little bit higher, I would say. Or maybe not higher, just more impacting might be a better way to put that. And yeah, we really need more Grey Warden stuff. The Grey Wardens are, amusingly, very unrelated to this series, except for Origins. The current estimate is Thursday, Blue Fusion Volt. I have thought a lot about Dragonology, which I'll of course not tell you anything about whatsoever.
So would his enemies. You'd fare worse.
Yes. We'll go ahead and put on Kitty's collar there.
It's been a legend.
Okay, let's see if that stupid war table has shown up, and if it doesn't, then MSQ. So Ori? Oh god, that would be not a setting I want to live in. I mean, we're doing tier 3, which means we're acclimated to the setting. So we would become, you know, spirits or creatures or whatever the hell. We also wouldn't get a choice on what we are, actually. I'm sorry, that's tier 3, not tier 4. So we'd be humans. To my knowledge, there are no humans in Ori, so that's terrifying in its own right. That's debatable, Lord Haremont. Let me phrase this slightly differently. There it is. Yes. What I would like is for the Grey Wardens to be more fleshed out by virtue of them being less important. Does that make sense? Like, okay, the Blight's done. Now what? We have a bunch of armed people who have been focused on killing this Blight. Like, restructure it a little bit. Rather than it being, like, the latest Blight, make it the last Blight. Or maybe make it the only Blight. And now, you've got a bunch of well-armed, well-equipped people who essentially have a death sentence upon them. And yeah, you get it, right? Like, now what? And there's all kinds of directions you could take that in. Now, if you wanted to be even more fun, you could make it not the last Blight. And so now the Grey Wardens have like another little niggle in the background. Because now the Grey Wardens have to keep existing because we know there's going to be another Blight.
Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
So now what? We can't let the Grey Wardens just go away. But, I mean, nobody cares about a threat that may happen centuries from now, right? Hell, that's something I'm putting in the Final Fantasy rewrites with regards to X-Death in FF5. I mean, yeah, he was this big, doomy guy who caused all kinds of issues, but, like, nobody's heard about him in generations. I've heard stories. I'm pretty sure they would solve the Blight. Excuse me, the Taint in Warcraft in, like, a side quest. See, that could work. Because then, yeah, we get acclimated, or we can choose. Which then... Oh, hello. Which brings up the question, what do we choose to be in Ori? That's even better, Kira White Noise. There might be additional Blights. We're not sure. And if there are, we don't know how many there will be. That puts all the uncertainty in there. Just all of it. Listen, I would do the MSQ, but Wandering Doll made me promise to do all the side content, okay? That is the assumption, Sub-Zero. But that does not make it fact. And yeah, for all the fleshing out of this setting that 2 and Inquisition have done, there's still a lot of gaping holes in our knowledge of what's going on in this setting. I was actually thinking a similar thing, Anguished One. What if the Inquisition isn't the Inquisition, we're just playing the Grey Wardens? No, seriously, hear me out for a second. There's this, oh my god, no, Lord Haramont! I know there are, we're not getting them. I don't even have a way to track which ones I've gotten so far. There's a giant rift in the sky. The peace talks between the Templars and the Mages have fallen apart. The Grand Justinia was gathering advisors in order to help her set up, you know, and push forward within a way to try and solve all the problems that the world's facing. We're a Grey Warden. We get this weird thing on our hand. Oh my god, it's weird. Like, you get where I'm going with this, right? Yeah, maybe we don't hear the calling because of the anchor. We start working with, you know, the advisors that are left over after Justinia's thing. And now, instead of the Inquisition, we're just the Grey Wardens. Or rather, one specific sect of the Grey Wardens. But then, the actual Grey Wardens start hearing the calling. Oh, crap. But we don't. Huh. We gotta figure that out. Like, now. They're trying to get rid of all the archdemons. Okay. You get where I'm going with this, right? Could you stop dying for 5 seconds, Varric? Stop doing the does nothing attack. It does nothing, as the name implies. What about Hawk? Hawk exists. And has this blood smear thing. Which looks really weird in this kick for some reason. That took a long time. I mean, it is Polka Sweater. It absolutely is. Well, that's a good or a bad thing is the thing people can't agree about. The gold medal, of course, goes to Varric. Yeah, the problem is, Dragon Age 2 is a Gaiden game that then had to serve as a build-up to Inquisition because of behind-the-scenes stuff we've talked about 50,000 times. If Dragon Age 2 was left to just be itself, it probably would have overall worked out better, but instead it kind of had to lead into Inquisition, and arguably didn't. Do nothing attack. Gotta have the do nothing attack. Very important. We have done the Hissing Wastes. It was not a zone I was fond of. Nicest way I can put that. very strange. This might actually be worthwhile loot. This is like, yeah, this is level 19 gear. We did it. Woo. Now to go get every single... No, I'm kidding. Honestly, if there's nothing else here other than dragons, I might just skip the rest of them. We've seen all the dragon fights for all intents and purposes. And I know there's at least one more here, because we've already started fighting it. So... The ink screens. Help me out here, Yura. Help me out with my very stupid self. I'm sorry. So picture this, a BioWare game where you play as an old order which is trying to still retain relevancy despite, you know, time and history having moved on beyond it. Wait. Quest complete. Oh yeah, and an ancient evil has awakened that arrives and says, I am Archon. Ugh. Dumbest video game trailer I've ever seen. That's tough. Because the problem is, video game trailers, generally speaking, are so generic as to be unmemorable. Like, there's a reason people have been making fun of them for years. It's because they are boilerplate, right? Just templated to hell and back. Is there anything in here? Hi. The Dead Island trailer. The trailer that sold a game. Speaking of which, yeah, Dragon Age Origins trailer. I really didn't like the Andromeda trailer, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna test something, just as a theory here, okay? Let's see. I mean, being completely honest, the answer is probably one of those trailers you've probably never seen that I barely remember back in the day. You know, the Genesis trailers, the NES trailers, the SNES trailers, which all sucked. At this point, they were just called commercials, but, you know, same difference, really. I mean, possible herself. We do know that Flemeth likes to interfere in history. It's one of her favorite pastimes. Thank you, Linkelda, for the sub. Very much. I will jot that down for the Jack Block, the Ratchet & Clank HD Collection, and the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Legacy game. Hey, RRC. Yeah, no, okay. So... Oh, we're still fighting this thing. So I want you to do me a favor, if you feel inclined. Go YouTube Mortal Kombat Genesis commercial. Because that's probably the worst one, right there. No, we don't want to have the cheat flag just for the dragon fights here. We want to waste as much time as possible here. I guess we can just spam lightsaber. Try to spam lightsaber. There we go. He heard you, Shadow Machine. He was like, oh, crap! I gotta get out of here. I would be curious to know why, if you don't mind sharing, Gira. Please stop using the do-nothing attack. Really irritating. So, the specific advert I am thinking of starts off with a kid getting his ears flicked by other bullies, but then naturally he goes and buys a Genesis and Mortal Kombat. And that means he can now own the bullies at school. And so he goes to be like, bullies, do what I say. And the bullies are showing up with like milk and cookies. And he flicks the thing of cookies away and says, I asked for chocolate cookies. And while it's doing that, there's these two girls who are just staring at him with googly eyes because he's just so dreamy now that he's bought a Genesis and Mortal Kombat. Now, that might not be the worst, but it gets across the point I'm trying to get across, which is, old game commercials sucked. They were terrible. Like, top to bottom terrible. Worst of all, my mother would see those commercials and think that's what I was getting into, and it's like, no, Mom. And I had to explain to her, as a kid, that was not even the closest thing to indicative of the games in question. God, they were just the worst. And of course, every Sega commercial had to end with Sega! Just, god damn it. Oh yeah, PlayStation. That's another one. Not like Nintendo gets, you know, a free pass here. Plenty of Nintendo commercials also sucked. Like, have you ever seen the old Super Mario Brothers and Legend of Zelda commercials? As in the original ones for the NES? Oh, please tell me how, Lord Harriman. I would love to get this crap over with.
How could you possibly be a spy?
Well, it's a pretty easy job. I do some fighting, drinking, and then once in a while I tell Pa Volin about it.
Where's the snaking, the plotting, the subtle machinations?
If you do that, everyone knows you're a spy. Drinking, fighting, writing notes. That's all it really takes.
Shit, you're either the worst Kunari ever or the best. I can't decide.
So someone asked how many more dragons there are. One, but technically two. But there's one more dragon fight than there's, like, the other thing. And the best part is, we know exactly where it is. It's right over there. Hey, Silverite. I mean, I suppose at this point, there's apparently 3 additional dragon fights. What are the other 2? Lol, Lord Harriman. Oh, I forgot about the Morgan one. Yeah. Okay. So, yep, you're right. So anyways, last dragon fight for all intents and purposes. Last optional dragon fight. Better way to phrase that. Okay. Yep, we've done the dragon genocide route. We have removed the dragons from this age. We need to call it something else. Dragon Age 4. There's no dragons anymore. God damn it. Lore killed them all. I've wondered that often too, Polka Sweater. In fact, I spent a while kind of ranting about the stupidity of the nomenclature of the game back during Origins. I think it was Origins. Age 4. Age 4. Iron Bull's dead. I mean, as has been pointed out, it's a catchy title. With a not often used acronym, DA. Unless you're thinking of a district attorney. like it, RRC. Would I play WoW as a handheld if it was the only way to play WoW? When you say handheld, define that for me. 'Cause that can mean several different things. I know, Pastor Muppets. You'll notice that GTA 4 is not up for an audit review, nor do I have any plans of ever allowing it to be added. Same with 3 and Vice City. I'm good. Thanks. Maybe San Andreas. Maybe. And that's a big maybe. I'm not gonna lie. But it's the only one I would even consider, other than the obvious, which is the next game we're playing. I actually used to know the answer to that, Sarura, but I don't anymore. I mean, we all know why Guybrush 3 Twerp or whatever is named that, right? If we gold all the skulls. Okay, done. Bye, Iron Bull. But yeah, if you tried to donate for GTA 3 or Vice City or 4, I'm just gonna say no. Executive veto. Not worth my time. GTA 3 is probably a lamentation game, to be completely blunt. It is very bad. I can say that definitively because we actually have reviewed it before. It was just under the old system, so it's not valid anymore. But the point being, we still did a semi-recent analytical look at that, and it sucked. Vice City I was expecting to be much better than 3. I was mistaken. And 4... A lot of people say 4 is good on the story and bad on the gameplay, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite get it across. Because 4 starts off very strong, narratively speaking, and has just an absolutely... learn more about Dragon's Operation Available? What? 4 starts off extremely strongly, and then you leave the first island. And that's a powerful, impacting, amazing quest. Pluses, pluses, pluses. And then you start the second island. And from that point onwards, the story never stops getting worse. With a couple of, like, individual quests which are good. But, like, overall, the whole experience just kinda goes downhill. The whole rest of the game. God. And... the gameplay follows suit. The quest design and the mission design just kind of keeps getting worse. My biggest problem with Vice City is twofold. All the good bits of the narrative of Vice City are in the very beginning and at the very end. The middle is almost pure padding. And even right now, when I think of the narrative of Vice City, I'm thinking of the first couple of games, the first couple of missions, and the last couple of missions. The second problem I have with Vice City is a lot of the missions in the middle, which suck, like the freaking flight missions or the bike missions, are mandatory. You have to do them to progress. You know, the problem that we were talking about with regards to this game. That's because you are the greatest gamer ever known to exist in the history of the ever era. Because holy crap. San Andreas is different. Because San Andreas has some of the most frustrating quest design in the GTA series. But it's also really good. I mean, everyone mentions getting up the damn train and all that, but no, the zero missions, the flight school, God, like the first neighborhood mission, the mandatory takeover town missions right towards the end. The Area 51 raid. Oh my god. San Andreas is a very good game that happens to be completely hampered by being a crap game. Periodically, right? And yeah, the worst mission in the whole game for me, and I've said this multiple times, and I stand by that, we showed this off last time we streamed it, is when you have to run to the airport, get in a plane, fly north for several minutes of nothing but flying north, and then intercept another plane. If you miss it, if you fail to get it the first time, you have a little bit of time to be able to turn back around and then get it on the return. But it's much harder to do, and because the plane is coming back, you have limited time. There's a literal timer going. Once it lands, mission failed, start over from the beginning. Yeah, exactly, Polka Sweater. Yeah, no mid-mission checkpoints. No music during missions, which gets really, really bad as a soundscape. And just periodically terrible missions. GTA 4, the last expansion for GTA 4 was the first one that finally fixed that, which of course means 5 is functionally the first GTA game that misses all those irritations. The dragon that Corypheus controls looks like an archdemon, but is something else entirely. To defeat this threat, the Inquisition must know all it can about dragons. Frederick of Seralt, the self-styled researcher of dragons, may be of some help. However, no one knows when Corypheus may attack next. So we can learn about dissecting dragons, dragon nests, or books about dragons. Which would you prefer? What do you guys think? Because I have no idea what to do here. Yeah, the soundtrack is... You remember that sound effect, right? I don't think my mic's even picking it up. Because the gun noises were not good, is what I'm trying to say. Saga! Screw it, we'll do dissecting.
Inquisitor.
Within the carcass of the abyssal high dragon, we found cysts of hardened flesh. A skull from the flesh was blighted. That dragons can stem the spread of blight within their own bones. They cannot do this indefinitely, as the existence of Corypheus' dragon suggests. They are more resistant than other creatures. Well, that's terrifying. Every dragon is blighted. That's horrifying and has huge implications, which I doubt we'll ever cover, ever. Cool. Yep, time to infuse ourselves with dragon bones, like this is Fire Emblem. Okay. I promised you MSQ. We have, no really, done it now. We're there. We made it.
I've news, sir.
Yeah, no, this is our team. This is our endgame team right here.
I don't have time.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I guess we could replace Iron Bowl with Cassandra. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I mean, no, I can't do that. Because, you know... I guess I could do that. We'll do that. There. Okay, let's do it. It doesn't feel real. I'm just waiting for another open world sequence to open up. Like, you're like, and now here's 5 more zones for you to do. Up.
Good. Whatever's happening has already started. We saw lights coming from the tower.
Blood magic, I'd wager. You can smell it. Or see the corpses. You take point. I'll guard your backs.
Wait! No.
Warden Commander Clarel's orders were clear.
This is wrong!
Remember your oath. In war, victory. In peace, vigilance. In death...
I'm sorry.
Sacrifice.
Well, good thing we just let that happen.
Now bind it just as I showed you. Inquisitor, what an unexpected pleasure. Lord Livius Adamant of Virantium, at your service.
You're no warden, mage.
But you are. The one Clarel let slip. And you found the Inquisitor and came to stop me. Shall we see how that goes?
It looks like you've already done some of my work for me.
What, him? We simply needed his blood. Oh, were you hoping to garner sympathy? Maybe make the Wardens feel a bit of remorse? Wardens, hands up! Hands down.
Gariffius controls them.
They did this to themselves. You see, the calling had the Wardens terrified. They looked everywhere for help.
In desperation, they turned to the Imperium.
Yes, and since it was my master who put the calling into their little heads, we in the Venatori were prepared. I went to Clarel full of sympathy, and together we came up with a plan. Raise a demon army, march into the deep roads, and kill the old gods before they wake.
Ah, I was wondering when the demon army would show up.
You knew about it, did you? Well then, here you are. Sadly for the Wardens, the binding ritual I taught their mages has a side effect. They're now my master's slaves. This was a test. Once the rest of the Wardens complete the ritual, the army will conquer Thedas.
What? Everything about this scene is wrong. I hate to sound negative now that we've finally gotten back to MSQ, but everything about this doesn't work for me. And I'm going to try to explain why, as I always do. First and foremost. Okay, so we've triggered the calling, or rather an artificial version of the calling, in every Grey Warden simultaneously. Rather than think, I don't know, anything whatsoever could be suspicious about that fact, they just decide to go and get all desperate looking to anybody for help. I'm sorry, I cannot buy the fact that, like, the Grey Wardens as an organization would take up the idiot ball just that hard. That's crazy. Point number 2. Even if it's just one faction, sorry, let me clarify. Even if it's just one faction, I still call bull. Because this is like the Orlesian Grey Wardens, right? Although we hear about Weishaupt being involved, but whatever. I'm getting off point. Point being, doesn't make it any better. It's still terrible and dumb. So point 1. Point 2. Naturally, they agree to go along with this binding ritual. The Grey Wardens, who are probably some of the most well-learned people when it comes to forbidden magics in the setting, because of what they do on a regular basis. And they're just like, yeah, no, we're cool with that. Cool. Oh, it's made us all slaves. Oh, if only but someone could... So that's 2 idiot balls. And we haven't even gotten up to the fact now that this guy's big, like... I don't know how to vocalize the next point. Something about this plan in general doesn't work for me. It's like saying... Imagine you're playing chess with someone, and you say, okay, I'm going to move this pawn forward, and then the enemy is going to leave their king open because I moved my pawn forward, and then I'm going to win. If you know even the tiniest thing about chess, you know, that's not a plan. Now, a lot of fiction has this problem, where a villain will make it... Because writers want to make their villains seem intelligent and several steps ahead of the heroes. But the problem is, most writers don't know how to write that, or don't have the time to write that. So instead, they just write a sequence of events, which happens to go the way it's supposed to do, by effectively total coincidence, and then it's like, always according to plan. And I call bull on that. Wishful thinking chess. I like that. And that brings us... And all of that is before we even get to this scene. Because then we get to this scene, and everything about this scene doesn't work. First of all, we have to establish he's evil thing by doing the sacrifice thing, which should probably inform the tone of the scene, but then doesn't, because then it turns into just any old talkie scene, like we were talking to one of the merchants in Orlais. The guy, this is partially on the animation, partially on the blocking, partially on the camera usage, and partially on the voice actor, but this feels like... So, yeah, we're going to go ahead. I was thinking maybe we could get some Taco Bell after this. And once my master's evil plan to ensure that we have Taco Bell for lunch goes into fruition, honestly, I was thinking I'm kind of in the mood for some ice cream. Do you think we should go ahead? That's the tone of this scene. Even though it shouldn't be in any direction. This should either be horrifying or establishment. And instead it's just, what? And then you add on to the fact that this guy is doing the grade A textbook example of how not to write a villain, and having him just stand there and casually chat about his whole plan. Here, watch this. Check it out. Hey.
So Corypheus influenced the Wardens and made them do this ritual?
Made them? No. Everything you see here, the blood sacrifices to bind the demons, the Wardens did it of their own free will.
Uh-huh.
Fear is a very good motivator. And they were very afraid.
Oh, yeah. He also looks like that.
Burdens of command, I suppose.
Yep, uh-huh. By all means, keep expositing about your evil plan. And I know that we could come down on this for a lot of fiction, because villains have this really bad habit of expositing about their evil plan. But there's a gradient, right? There's a gradient of acceptability here, of... You know, mwahaha. Or someone who's just sitting there who's got a freaking... I don't have a book handy, but like imagine they've just got a book and they're like, all right, hang on. Give me a second. So I've got a 5-point bulletin of exactly what our plan is. Hang on. Okay, so step 1, and that's what this feels like. This feels like they had no idea how to exposit any of this stuff anywhere else. And so instead, he's literally just reading out his orders to the frickin' Inquisitor. Like, I'm stuttering over this because it's so hard to explain how dumb this is. Yeah, he might as... if he actually rolled out a PowerPoint presentation right now and started going down the list, it would probably improve the scene. Yeah, just... And you can hear the diesel engine. Okay, so... As you can see, point 1 of the plan was to go ahead and reactivate the calling of all the Wardens in this area simultaneously. Yep, okay. Point 2. God.
Why would the Wardens try
Sorry.
to kill the old gods?
A blight happens when dark spawn find an old god and corrupt it into an archdemon. If someone fought through the deep roads and killed the old gods before they could be corrupted, woof, no more blights, ever. The Wardens sacrificed their lives and saved the world. Although I fear history will remember them a little differently now.
Why would Clarel risk using demons?
Demons need no food, no rest, no healing. Once bound, they will never retreat, never question orders. They are the perfect army to fight through the deep roads. Or across Olay. Now they are bound to my master.
Do you really want to see the world fall to the Blight? What do you get out of this?
The Elder One commands the Blight. He is not commanded by it, like the mindless Darkspawn. The Blight is not unstoppable or uncontrollable. It is simply a tool.
No, Livius, you're the tool.
As for me, while the
Good comeback.
we, the Venatori, will be his god kings here in the world.
Do you believe that for 5 seconds? Just 5 seconds.
You think you can stand against me with just demons and a Fade Rift? Did Corypheus not mention what I did to the Breach?
He did. He also noted what he did to you at Haven. The Elder One showed me how to deal with you in the event you were foolish enough to interfere again. That mark you bear, the anchor that lets you pass safely through the veil, you stole that from my master. He's been forced to seek other ways to access the Fade. When I bring him your head, his gratitude will be... Ah!
What? Why are we standing here? Why are we letting him slowly hobble? He is slowly hobbling. Oh my god. I swear there's good MSQ stuff in this game.
So, that went well.
As you feared, the mages who completed the ritual are under the thrall of Corypheus.
And the Warden warriors? Oh, of course. It's not real blood magic until someone gets sacrificed.
I feel like pointing out our party consists of 3 distinct PCs. We have Logain, who is currently a Grey Warden. Hawk, who is a genuine bona fide badass in lore. And the Inquisitor, who knocks over rifts and demons as part of their day job. I point that out because it's possible to have no party members at this point in the game. You have to work at it, but it's possible. But, like, even if you know, Dorian and Varric and Cassandra and Ironbowl, whatever else aren't there, that's still 3 PCs in the party. Mandatory. Just staring at this situation. I guess that's not true. That's not true. Logain could be someone else. So, I'm sorry. That's 2 PCs. Mandatory. No getting around it.
The mages killed their fellow wardens. Nothing can justify that.
I don't care about justification. It's past time to take arms against the Wardens and stop this madness.
Despite their lack of wisdom, they acted out of necessity.
All blood mages do. Everyone has a story they tell themselves to justify bad decisions. And it never matters. In the end, you are always alone with your actions.
In the direction Eramon fled, the only structure of note is an abandoned Warden fortress, Adamant. I suspect we'll find the Wardens there. I suppose it's fortunate a friend once gave me some old maps.
Good thinking.
The Warden and I will scout out Adamant and confirm that the other Wardens are there. We'll meet you back at Skyhold.
Well, back to the war table. Hope you enjoyed that little excursion. I have to decide how many negatives that is, and I'm still kind of debating here. Because that was not what I would call good. Also, I hate to emphasize this, but where did he run to? You remember the cutscene you just saw, right? He was standing up here. And he's like, ah, I'm knocked down. And he starts kind of hobbling over like this way. Where did he go exactly? Out of the cutscene is the correct answer, which just makes it even funnier. No, I know what happened. I know what happened. Ugh, get out of my way. So he's going. He's like, oh, quick, kill them, kill them, and then he was like, whoa, and he just flew off. He just zoomed off into the distance, knowing his. Oh, we could go really high in this. Holy crap! Check it out. There's the whole zone down there. Oh Jesus, there's. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't stop going up. Wait, no, we stopped going up. Okay, okay, we're cool, we're cool. Just... Next time, Gadget. Next time! It's up to the war table. No, I did not, Yura. I was massively disappointed by
I
it.
tracked that Venatori mage back to Adamant Fortress. They're looking at assault options now in the war room.
Thanks for coming.
You did well, Varric. The Inquisitor is just who we need.
Oh, it's been great. Murderous wardens, archdemon attacks, plenty of blood mages and crazy Templars. Just like home.
I know how much you hated leaving Kirkwall.
This is the ass end of Thedas. You know they eat snails here? Still, I think I need to finish this out. If it weren't for me and Bartrand, none of this would have happened. So much for changing our lives.
That's what happens when you try to change things. Things change. You can't always control how.
Oh no, this is going to cost 20 power. I don't know if we can afford that.
Adamant Fortress has stood against the Darkspawn since the time of the Second Blight.
Fortunately for us, that means it was built before the age of modern siege equipment. A good trebuchet will do major damage to those ancient walls. And thanks to our Lady Ambassador...
Lady Cyril of Jadar was pleased to lend the Inquisition her sabers. They've already delivered the trebuchets.
That is the good news.
Okay, like, you always start with the bad news.
And the bad news?
Arimond called the ritual at the western approach a test. He may already be raising his army of demons in the fortress.
The Inquisition forces can breach the gate, but if the Wardens already have their demons...
I found records of Adamant's construction. There are choke points we can use to limit the field of battle.
That's good. We may not be able to defeat them outright. But if we cut off reinforcements, we can carve you a path to Warden Commander Clarel.
Taking this fortress is going to get a lot of good soldiers killed.
Our soldiers know the risks, Inquisitor, and they know what they're fighting for.
It'll be hard fought, no way around it, but we'll get that gate open.
It's also possible that some wardens may be sympathetic to our cause.
The warriors may be willing to listen to reason, though I doubt they will turn against Clarel directly. The mages, however, are slaves to Corypheus. They will fight to the death.
We've built the siege engines and readied our forces, Inquisitor. Give the word, and we march on Adamant.
Let's march on Adamant. And yeah, we're kind of done with side stuff, laser spec, so it's MSQ from here on out. Until we hit the DLCs, anyways. We have Templars. And Seekers. And better mages. Some of the companion quests haven't triggered, and I'm not sure why. That was quiet. Why are we marching before the bombardment has finished? Who's running this battle? Why are we getting in range? Oh my god. Keep sieging the... Cullen, we need to have a chat about how stupid you are. Seriously, we should not be in arrow range until we have exhausted our rock supply. I was gonna say, you remember the terrible battle strategy in Dragon Age Origins? Ah. Well, that's funny because those are the three we haven't done, Lord Harriman. So, that tracks. That makes sense now. What do you got, Colgrim? Hit me. Okay, that's fair, Lord Harriman. I'll actually give you that. I'll give you that. If this was a RTS mission and I had a timer, I would be inclined to use bad strategy as well. I'll give you that. Because let's be clear, that's bad strategy. Yeah, I don't like this armor, and that's a shame because this is endgame armor. Like, this is the best armor pre-DLC.
Pull back! They're through!
Alright, Inquisitor. You have your way in. Best make use of it. We'll keep the main host of demons occupied for as long as we can.
I'll be fine. Just keep the men safe.
We'll do what we have to, Inquisitor. Warden Loghain will guard your back. Hawk is with our soldiers on the battlements. She's assisting them until you arrive.
I can change the color, which is why it's black and white.
There's too much resistance on the walls. Our men on the ladders can't get a foothold. If you can clear out the enemies on the battlements, we'll cover your advance.
Sorry, King Loghain. Alright, so let's clear the enemies on the battlements here. It really does not like that. Oh wow. Okay, so let's undo that. Yeah. Hey, we're back. Okay, so what was I doing? Yeah, no, so if we decided to add, because, so yeah, the external continuity negative already exists. Dakota's quite correct, Colgrim. If we decide to start applying that to gameplay, that does open a door. That establishes a precedence, and that means we're going to have to go back and adjust several previous scores. So that's the kind of thing we need to debate as a group. So what is everyone's thought about that? The idea is functionally what I just said. A gameplay external continuity. That would mean both positive and negative would be possible. A game that follows through on a previous game in a good way or in a bad way. And that... I'm trying to think of examples. Let me think about this for a second. Other than the game we're playing right now. Let me think about this.
Brothers, can't you see? This is madness! No use! They're enslaved!
I was thinking that, Dakota. Because, yeah, Devil May Cry 3 and onward would be positive gameplay, external continuity. Bit of a mouthful, but it's true, right? The gameplay of the Devil May Cry series found itself in Devil May Cry 3 and started really pushing forward with that from then on, honestly. Culminating in 5, which just nailed it.
The Inquisition is here to stop Clarel, not to kill Wardens. If you fall back, you won't be harmed.
All right. My men will stay back. We want no part of this. Deal with Clarel as you must.
Oh my god, Wardens with brains?
Look forward to killing more Wardens.
I'm actually shocked by that. Anyways, hang on, Lord Hermit, hang on. So... The other problem with that is that it's even more subjective than our reviews already are in several directions. For example, and I know that I'm going to get some severe hackles for this, but I would say that Dragon Age 2 is an external gameplay continuity positive over Origins. But the problem here, and this is why I'm leaning towards voting no for this, Colgrim, is all the things that Dragon Age 2 did better than Dragon Age Origins are already covered by their own positives. Because I was just thinking, what does Dragon Age 2 to do better than Origins? Well, there's the speed of the combat, of course, but then there's the gambit system, and then there's the viscerality of it, and all of those things are things we've already given positives for. But then what does Dragon Age 2 do worse than the combat of Origins? Well, that's the encounter design, which we've already given negatives for. It feels like double dipping, right? And I think, for that reason alone, I don't think there's a need to double dip. I think we could just give the negative and or positive for whatever it does, and then live with that, right? Where am I going? According to this, there's a staircase down here, which I'm probably just blind. And didn't notice the door. Yep, didn't notice the door. That's what it was. Hey! Progression. Get out of my way. Inquisition's been through enough. Yeah, we're probably going to do a mid-game audit at some point, like we do for larger games.
Push the Wardens back from the ladder.
I mean, the music's definitely trying here, Colgrim.
Clear! You can press on ahead, Your Worship. We'll clear a path for the rest of our forces.
You know what this reminds me of, Colgrim? Diablo 3, Act 3. First quest. For those of you who are not familiar with that, the first quest of Diablo 3 is fighting along the battlements as the main keep is being besieged from the outside. It is, put very simply, a great sequence. A lot of time and effort and work and polish is done to make sure that the whole sequence feels extremely awesome and plays very well. For all the issues that Act 3 had, and it did, that was not one of them.
Thank you.
Inquisitor, always a pleasure.
Good work. Stay with my forces and see that they survive this.
I'll keep the demons off them as best I can.
Clear the ladder. Our forces lead a way up.
Done. Oh, you think you have armor? You have a lightsaber. No, Gum, not at all. Mass Effect 3's final mission didn't look like a battlefield. It looked like every ruined city in the history of the ever. Something I've complained about many times is that ruined city is stock at this point. Like, Like, there's assets, and
Soldiers get tired, demons not so much.
there are stock assets and lighting and effects and all kinds of stuff where it's just ruined city. And you know what I'm talking about, because there's... Yeah, it's a tile set, exactly. It's used in an inordinate quantity of different games, to the point where it gets weird. I even complained about that in Devil May Cry 5, where it's like, hey, here's a ruined city. Okay. So no, in short, Witcher 3, or excuse me, Mass Effect 3, sorry, Mass Effect 3 did not get points for that. Yes, I did, Pika, sorry. No, I hated it. I hate Loghain and everything about it. Death to Loghain. And to the living. But Mass Witcher 3, search for more boobs. I don't know. Halloween. It's always on Halloween, Sub-Zero.
Commander Cullen will hold the path open for us as long as possible, Inquisitor. Our forces are ready when you are.
Cool. Okay, let's go. Hello, Evo.
Wardens! We are betrayed by the very world we have sworn to protect.
Lady!
The Inquisition is inside, Clarel. We have no time to stand on ceremony.
These men and women are giving their lives, Magister. That might mean little in Tevinter, but for the Wardens, it is a sacred duty.
We just started the MSQ again, Evo.
Many long years, my friend.
Too many, Clarel. If my sword arm can no longer serve the Wardens, then my blood will have to do.
Can we do this in a slightly less horrible way?
It will.
Not, is what she means. This is all for nothing. You just died for nothing. Have fun with that.
Stop them! We must complete the ritual!
Yeah, hang on. Don't fight them. Let's go talk with the evil villain.
Oh, I'm sure you can't wait for Clarel to do that. How else are you going to bind her?
Yes, Inquisitor. I want to bind the Warden Commander to a demon. Everyone in this room already knows that. And yes, the ritual requires blood sacrifice. Hate me for that if you must, but do not hate the Wardens for doing their duty.
We make the sacrifices no one else will. Our warriors die proudly for a world that will never thank them.
And then he takes your mage's minds for his real master, Corypheus.
Corypheus? But he's dead.
These people will say anything to shake your confidence, Clarel.
Bring it through!
See, now is when we should get involved. Now we should interfere. Which we're not, of course. Because...
Please. I've seen more than my share of blood magic. It is never worth the cost.
Talk.
I betrayed the Wardens once and it cost me everything. Are you mad enough to think I'd do it again?
Hello, Nightmare.
Be ready with the ritual, Clarel. This demon is truly worthy of your strength.
Listen to me. I have no quarrel with the Wardens. I've spared those I could. I don't want to kill you, but you're being used. And some of you know it, don't you?
The mages who've done the ritual. They're not right. They were my friends, but now they're like puppets on a string.
You cannot let fear sway your mind, Warden Chernov.
That's not fear.
You are. You're afraid that you ordered all these brave men and women to die for nothing.
One day you may be asked to give your lives to stop a blight, but not today.
Clarel, we have come so far. You're the only one who can do this.
Perhaps we could test the truth of these charges to avoid more bloodshed.
Or perhaps I should bring in a more reliable ally. My master thought you might come here, Inquisitor. He sent me this to welcome you.
I suppose that makes sense. Logain is not known for his charisma. What are you doing, Clarel? No, seriously, what are you doing? Thank you.
Clarel, wait.
Yeah, it's not really an archdemon. Well, that'll actually come up later.
Dragons make things interesting.
It does look like one, and if I was a Grey Warden in this situation, I'd be wondering why the hell I can't sense the damn thing. Wait, the Tevinter Magister is evil? He looked like such a trustworthy guy!
How do we get out of here?
I'm shocked. Shocked! Well, not that shocked. Can we save? Okay. Now this way. I saw it too, Lord Harriman. Don't think I ever caught that before. The guy who was like, I'm secretly evil, turned out to be evil. I'm shocked by this. Really. Yeah, this is the situation the Lore Shock emote was created for, right here. Hey, there's a save. Perfect. Because I'm hungry.